Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Am I in sync? I should be. I'm late. I'm really late. I'm over an hour late. There was a lot of things I had to do that I forgot I had to do, but we're here, and I thank you all for being here. Yeah. And today is going to be a chill stream, so there's no... And I didn't plug in my laptop. There's no set schedule, no specific things we're going to be working on. It's just all related to my overlays and the channel in general. Sorry. Hello. Test. So yeah, I guess I have a few things on the to-do list. It's okay to be late. Thank you, Ivo. So there are some various. Wait, what is today? Should be here. Various things on my overlay that I want to update. Right now, when you hover over an emote, nothing happens, and I want to be able to see the name of that emote. Who else is used like emotes like this? I want to hover over it and be able to see what it is. I think right now we can hover over. Yeah, we can hover over the badges to see what those are and hover over the flags. I thought we could hover over the flag. Maybe we need to add flag hover as well. Because, I mean, right now we're actually doing, there's a pop-up down here that has it, but I could do it as a tooltip as well. Let's say, hover flag for name. So that's one of the first things we're going to do. And yeah, I think we're going to work on this today, Ari, just to try to get other tech things as the badges. Because right now we are using Font Awesome to get like the React badge and the Vue badge and any other badges that you see. But they don't have Svelte and they don't have a lot of other tech. So let's add other tech and stack badges. We'll have to research that. Maybe there's a library out there like Font Awesome that actually has a bunch of tech logos and such. Maybe we could just start our own repo. And Pablo, thank you for the bits, who says, how you doing? I'm doing all right. I'm a little tired, and I'm also kind of mad that it took me so long to get set up for stream. But thank you for the bits. I appreciate the support. MT is saying, I want to build a quiz similar to the quiz on Code Academy. How hard would you rate it? I don't understand because I don't know what Code Academy does. Do you have an example? And the She-Boss, thank you very much for the gift. Do you have an example of the quiz that shows up? Because we can take a look at it and we can ponder on what it might take to do. Yeah. Create team random. Oh, I like that. I like that because it would be easy to implement. It's not necessarily useful, but easy to implement. Thanks for the suggestion, Eddie. Oh yeah, and I'll show you in a second how to add badges and flags and everything. What's the tag unsure at the bottom of VS Code? I believe this tells you what the current if you're editing HTML. And because I'm in Markdown, which I think it has like valid HTML, I think that's the current tag. I think that's what's happening there. It's like it's trying to detect tag names. No, I'm not sick. Just a little tired. Yeah. Add something to make bigger emotes that shouldn't. What do you mean? Like make the emotes bigger than they should be? What do you mean? Yeah, I would consider this one, computer guy. Like, what if there's a way to set a stack of badges? So, like, you have your front end, your back end, your preferred database, your preferred language, that kind of thing, and then those could all be on that. That could be interesting. I'm not opposed to that. My email my email list tries the best. The thing is, you still got here. You still got here in time. I think I took a little longer before I actually started the stream today, but honestly, that's quicker than a lot of people get Twitch notifications. There will be people that don't get a Twitch notification until I've been live for like 3 hours, so it's better than that. Yeah, custom badge color. I like that too. You guys are full of ideas. Custom badge color. Yeah. One time I wanted to create a lib of the most popular icons with CSS only. Yeah, it would be interesting to do, because we could have a font, because Font Awesome uses basically a custom font. So it's a font where all of these icons are in that font, and then that's how the library works. It essentially matches against a given class name and then inserts that font character. Yeah. Don't know where to start. All right, I'll take a look. Not sure where to start? Take the quiz. Okay, we'll take a look at it, and maybe we'll make like a simple version of it. It could be fun. NFG Codex says, I fought TS Node for hours yesterday trying to get my lib to build itself. Turns out it completely doesn't work with half of TS Commig settings. That's unfortunate. Isn't TS Node... I thought it would just support all of that. I haven't used it that much, though. I don't know. Yeah, VS Code is not confident. Everywhere I click, VS Code is unsure. Yeah. And now if I use Redwood.js, what do I set? That's like all in one. Oh, you could just set one badge. Like we could get a badge going for Redwood, because I don't think there is one on Font Awesome. So yeah. I don't know the Sheboss. I think a carousel could be cool. Because I mean, here's the thing: the more we add to the chat overlay, the more the busier it gets. The harder it is to read stuff. Scrolling, maybe. I like that idea though. Yeah, I mean, that's another good point, because like we are a community here. It's not just me, it's all of us. And so, and there are a lot of people that don't write JavaScript that are here. So it would be interesting to be able to see in the chat what people use. A WhatsApp or a Telegram bot for notifications? Interesting. So people would have to like sign up with their WhatsApp number or username? And then I've never used Telegram. Yeah, so a lot of people have mentioned this, but Asset Spark is saying they got a notification 2 hours late. It's unfortunate, but I mean, I was talking about this with my partner last night, because we were trying to just think about how does a company like Twitch send out push notifications when they have millions of users, they have thousands of people going live, and each of those thousands of people going live has thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of followers. So that's a lot of push notifications to send. So it's likely that because I'm a smaller streamer, my push notifications get less priority. Because like if I go live and then some other bigger streamer goes live that makes more money for Twitch, it would make sense for Twitch to prioritize push notifications for them versus my viewers. So there's probably like a queue of notifications going out in batches of some kind. But I have no idea. I don't know how Twitch works. I just would think that's maybe how it's working. Or they just have, it's just bad, and they're just bad at sending notifications. Yeah. A nickname could be interesting. I feel like we've talked about having nicknames in the overlay in the past, and we potentially shot it down. We just don't want people setting bad words as their nickname or stuff like that. Or I guess it could be confusing to show a nickname instead of your real Twitch name. Let's stretch. Ooh. And that's, yeah, I'm seeing the more recent chats, but one computer guy is mentioning not only do you have to worry about or think about how the backend works for push notifications, each individual device has different settings and different ways of polling for new notifications and stuff like that. How do you create a JavaScript or TypeScript library? You just do it. So typically what you do is you write it, and then you could publish it to NPM. But the thing is, when you publish it to NPM, you typically want it to be available as an ES module or as like a node module. And there are various build tools that can do all of that automatically for you. Like Rollup is a pretty common tool that people use, where you write the code. So basically it's just like you were writing a module for your own code base that you would want to import things in from, and then run it through Rollup, which does the build for various targets, and then that becomes available in the package itself that you publish to NPM. Maybe for some content today, I could do a quick video on how to publish to NPM. Something like that. What's up, Klaus? Welcome in. Oh no, you hear it. Yes, that is happening. And I tried to fix it. It's an issue. So if I put my mic stand on this computer, there's a buzzing noise because it's on the same table as my streaming PC. And yes, and that's another thing I was trying to fix this morning. So I put some padding on the mic stand to prevent vibrations, but for whatever reason, there's still a buzz. So if I do it over here, there's no buzz, but now, because my table is a little janky, whenever I move, it shakes the microphone. I guess technically, you know what? I actually have, because of other things I was doing today, I have an entire set of Allen wrenches. I think I could tighten this thing into place right now. That would prevent... I'm going to do that. Give me a second. I'm going to do that. Let me play some music for you, and I'm going to fix my microphone. Actually, I'll finish catching up on chat, and then I'll fix my microphone, because I can see there's like a subtle wobble, and I was... put the mic on the Allen wrenches. But I was watching my clips yesterday, and I was like, oh man, like every time I move the table, you can hear the sound. I'll fix it. But thanks for noticing. Coding boot camp or not? Are you asking if I went to one, or are you asking if I suggest that you go to one? Please clarify. Yeah. So if you wanna, yes, there is a list of teams, and I will show it to you very soon. Very soon. Yeah. Yeah, so I do send Discord notifications, though, I mean, some people have mentioned that I shouldn't do an at everyone. So I'll add this to the list of things we need to talk about, because I'm open to suggestions, I'm open to ideas. I've talked about it with the mods. The potential solution is to create a role that people can add themselves to instead. The issue with that is a lot of people are dependent on the Discord notifications, so I would want it to be basically everyone that's already in the Discord server would be opted in, and then any new person that joins the Discord server would not be opted in, and they specifically would have to enable that. I think that's how we might end up doing it. I just hesitate because there's a lot of people that depend on it, and then they potentially won't see it, that see the fact that they need to add a role. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I technically could do text notifications as emails. I'm also not opposed to that, because I have a way of sending emails. And there's actually, for a lot of phone providers in the United States, there's a way to map a phone number to an email. So we could do that. Possibly. We could look into it. Email, SMS notifications. Cool. Oh, nice, Pablo. Yeah, I'll let you know if we do Telegram. But what is Telegram? I don't even know. Telegram Messenger. Oh, okay. What countries is Telegram popular in? Because I don't know anyone that uses it. It's like WhatsApp, but better. And I know that like WhatsApp is really popular in a lot of other countries. It's not as popular in the United States. Everywhere? No. I mean, people from the U.S., do you use WhatsApp or Telegram? Because I don't. Yeah, Brazil. Okay, I know because I know people from, or I worked with people from Brazil where they used WhatsApp for everything. Yeah. Telegram is popular in Europe and in Russia. Auction House does auctions via Telegram. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I have a WhatsApp account. I don't use it. So, okay, it's good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think a lot of people in like other countries don't realize that people in the United States don't really use WhatsApp as much. But can't you like send payments through WhatsApp or something like that? Actually, no. I'm thinking of WeChat because like in China, WeChat is really really popular. Okay, the She-Boss has a recommendation for a new app. Build a spaced repetition study app, something like Anki. It could be fun. It would be cool to do like a fully cross-platform app, like mobile, desktop, web, that does something like flashcards. Can you do exclamation mark idea so we don't forget that on that the She-Boss? I use six. So there are like 3 people that I message besides my partner, and I use Signal for that. And then anyone else I just message on Discord. Yeah. Yeah, and then RCS is Rich Communication Services that works over SMS, or maybe it's a new protocol, but basically it makes it so that text messages are encrypted. My partner and I just text, like we just use SMS, but it is in the RCS encrypted chat. Okay, I gotta scroll real quick so I can fix my microphone, and then I'll tell everyone how the overlays work, but give me a second. Here we go. Yeah, and so on the topic of a coding bootcamp or not, it really, really depends. If you are fresh out of high school, like you just graduated, my recommendation is go to college. Like, you still got your whole life ahead of you. College is going to teach you a lot more than just how to code, so go to college. If you are already a professional in the world and you want to change careers, a boot camp is a great choice. But boot camps are a valid option. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't get a job if you go to a boot camp. I mean, it depends on the boot camp. Do your research. Find a good boot camp. Find one with good reviews. Maybe talk to people that have gone to boot camps. Make a good informed decision. But if you put in the work, you can definitely get a job having gone to a boot camp. I have been coding for over 15 years. I've been doing web development for over 10 years. Hello. What's up, Stotney? Welcome in. Yeah. I mean, it is the Coding Garden Discord. So like, I'm a member of other Discords, and they do an @ everyone when they go live on Twitch. But I know that it could be annoying. I know that it can. Yeah. Matrix? Never even heard of Matrix. And actually, I'll just combine SMS here. Cool. Do I have some tips when the imposter syndrome kicks in? Keep some sort of success log. Whether you write it down or you put it in your notes app or something like that. Anytime you do something and you're proud of the thing that you just did, write it down. And then when you're getting imposter syndrome, go back and look at that list and be like, I am capable. I know how to do things. These are all of the successes that I've had. This imposter syndrome doesn't make any sense. That's my tip. Just basically remind yourself that you can do things and you're meant to be there. Yeah. Do. All the scams I saw in comment sections are with WhatsApp or Telegram. I mean, I think the thing is, like, if you're trying to scam people, you want to do it on the thing that reaches the most people. So that's probably why people are trying to scam on WhatsApp or Telegram, because there's billions of people using it. This is my 5-minute break timer. Yeah, so I connect to a VPN while streaming because every now and then I'll click links in chat, and I allow links here. The mods keep an eye on them, so if anybody posts really spammy links, they'll just get deleted. But if it's a decent looking link, I might click it. And I don't want people logging my real IP address. That's the main reason I use a VPN while streaming. Yep. Is texting just not as good? What makes it more popular? I think so if we're talking about messaging platforms, WhatsApp does group messaging really well. And the issue with at large is that some people are using iOS, some people are using Android, and people on iOS want to use iMessage. That's how they do group messaging. But then if they're ever trying to do a group message and they add somebody that has an Android phone, it does this weird MMS group messaging thing, and it's not as seamless. But if everyone uses WhatsApp, then it's pretty seamless for the group messaging. That's my understanding of why people would use things like WhatsApp or Telegram versus just SMS. Yeah. A browser extension could be good as well. The thing is, like, we've talked about this kind of stuff for a long time. Like, there can never be enough ways to let people know that I am streaming right now. I'll be honest though, probably the best way now, like since I have been doing it, is to add my calendar to your schedule. If you add this to your calendar, the streams will show up on your calendar, and then you can tune in. Now I know it'll crowd up your calendar because now there's a bunch of stuff on there, but that's probably the best way. I guess today wasn't a good example because I was an hour late. But any other day, if I'm on time, the calendar would let you know when I'm live. Yeah. How's the self-hosting coming along? I just got busy with so many other things. And I have a few other projects that I'm working on, so self-hosting has taken a back seat. Yeah. WhatsApp web. Okay. If we do stuff with WhatsApp, link me again later. Yeah. Companies also have roles that are exclusively for people from boot camps. Yeah, and like, I mean, 5 years ago, there was a stigma. I mean, there still kind of is, especially with people that got a computer science degree. There's a stigma against people that are self-taught or that went to a boot camp instead of getting a computer science degree. But it's becoming, that's happening less and less just because so many people have gone to boot camps, have established themselves at companies, and have basically proven that they can be successful developers having gone to a boot camp. So companies are realizing that. And they're also like changing their interview process to fit that, because it used to be that a lot of the interview process was targeted towards computer science grads. Because a lot of times computer science grads, really all they can do is algorithms. They never really learned application development. Now I'm speaking very generally, and this will vary depending on what college or university you went to, but pretty often computer science grads, and Fibs, thank you for the sub, computer science grads just know theory, and they know like algorithms and data structures. So interviews were tailored towards that. But people coming out of a boot camp know more practical things. They know how to use Git. They know how to use React. They know how to do all the stuff that you might be doing on the job. So companies have altered their interview process to be more targeted towards people that may not know the data structures and algorithm stuffs. But it depends on the company, because sometimes a company does a lot of data structures and algorithms type stuff, so they might need that. Yeah. And it's true, like, and depending on the boot camp, I know some colleges and universities in the US have actually started a coding boot camp, like, within the university. And that's interesting because it gets, like, all the accreditation and stuff that you might get from actually going to college there. But at least from what I've heard, those programs often aren't as good as a more established coding boot camp, just because the way universities do things is just so slow and outdated, and yeah, I don't know. At everyone is always annoying. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Not everyone is annoying. Notifying everyone without everyone. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the main point, like Ken is saying. Like, if you put in the work, you're going to be successful. You're going to get a job. But you have to put in the work. Like, just going to a boot camp isn't going to get you a job. Like, you have to do it. Put in the work. When does a master's in computer science make more sense than a boot camp? If you want to be in academia for the rest of your life, if you want to work on research papers, if you want to teach in a university, I think a master's in computer science would make sense. If you want to work in the real world, I don't think it's worth the extra time it takes to get a master's degree. And I mean, I don't mean to say the real world, like in industry is the term that they would use in university. So if you want to work at a company or at a product company or a consultancy or something like that, having a master's in computer science isn't going to help you much more than just having a bachelor's degree in computer science. Yeah. All right, we're way behind on chat. I am going to declare chat bankruptcy. Shout out to our friend Cartio, who taught me the term chat bankruptcy. Essentially, if you sent a message within the past 5 minutes, I won't read it just because we gotta keep going. Oh, Alka added his shout out bot as well. I think Alka's probably sleeping right now. I'll read this message from Metalstorm because it's their first message. Welcome in, Metalstorm. It's interesting that it's called a coding bootcamp. If you just do that and you're just a coder, then you'll be stuck in certain roles or positions for a long time. It's like companies don't hire coders or programmers; they hire software devs and engineers. Yeah, but it all comes down to like it really is just like semantics, like using the term coder or using the term programmer or using the term dev or using the term engineer. Like my channel is called Coding Garden. I am a software engineer. I've written a lot of software in my life. I've architected a lot of things. I'm a software engineer, but I still call myself a coder. I still call myself a programmer. There's people who have written blogs or have talked about how they try to use that term coder or programmer as someone that doesn't know how to architect things or doesn't know about software engineering at large. But it's just semantics. I use those terms interchangeably. And it is absolutely possible for someone to go to a coding boot camp and learn software engineering skills, not just be a coder or like a code monkey, which is another derogatory term. So yeah, it all comes down to like semantics and what you think of these different words. But at the end of the day, you could still go to a boot camp and be a software engineer. Yeah. And Mr. Demon Wolf says, I tend to call myself a web engineer. Yep. But the thing is, I've written a lot of software. I've written mobile apps, I've written desktop apps, I've written back-end APIs, I've written command line tools. All of these things are software, so I call myself a software engineer. But I don't know. In this industry, titles don't mean much. It's really all about what you can do. Can you deliver value? Let me read this one from Sniper No Sniping. Do you think legacy code maintenance is a good first programming job, or is it a dead end? I studied Java mainly and work with ABL. I worry that this job won't translate to further work easily. It's tricky, because if you are... Actually, I don't even know what ABL is. Let's look up ABL. Advanced Business Language. Is that what it is? The thing is, doing things like that, you probably could find a job that pays a lot of money because there are less and less people that are able to do those kinds of things and less people that even want to do those kind of things. But if you are doing that all the time, then you're not necessarily learning the latest tech or the latest web tech. So your skills could fall behind. And if you ever did want to transition into a role like that, it could be harder. I wouldn't say it's impossible. I would say if that's something you really want to do, it would take some effort. You'd have to do things in your spare time and have like personal projects that are more focused on those things that you want to be doing. But yeah, I don't necessarily see it as a dead end. I think it would be an uphill battle if you're there for too long, and also if you get too complacent. Like you have job security and you never want to like really learn anything new, then you could be stuck. But I think if you have the drive to learn new stuff, you could do it. Yeah. And Staskly is saying there's and I think I just realized, Staskly, your name is Stask, and your last name is Lime or Lim or something. So I should call you Stask. Is that right? Stask, or do you prefer Staskly? Stas, yes. Stas Klemenko. Okay, I'll call you Stas. Or is it Stas or Stas? Stas? Stas. So Stas is self-taught using Khan Academy to learn the more computer science things. Yeah, so if that's the thing, you could go to a coding boot camp and learn essentially trade skills. Like coding boot camps are teaching the latest and greatest tech that companies are actually using. So you can go there for that, and then if you really do want the CS skills, you can self-teach those as well. And there's plenty of online resources for that. I'll call you Stas. Welcome in, RG. Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna play you a lo-fi song. Here we go. Just chill out. Throw some cat jams in the chat, and I'm gonna fix my microphone stand. Check, 1, 2. All right, I'm shaking my desk. Is it still doing the thing? Can you... The person that mentioned it earlier, do you still notice it? No? Is this better? Okay, so... let's see. So right now, like, I'm moving my mouse on the desk. I'm, let's type some things. Cat jam. Do you hear a weird background noise still? Seems better? Cool. Cool. So I first of all, I tightened my mic stand, but the other thing I did was I actually just propped up my desk so it won't shake as much. Hopefully that's better. All right, let's get back into things. Oh, that's a good point, Mark. We can add emotes to the overlay, and actually that's a great thing for publishing an npm package, because I have an emote parser that I've written that I basically copy and paste into every single project. And so if I make it an npm package, then I can just install it. So emote parser. And then I'll put that on the to-do, is the status overlay emote parsing. Have I heard of persistent streams? I haven't heard that term. What does it mean? Oh yeah, and somebody earlier asked this. So how would we build this quiz? So on Code Academy, and actually I'll read fibs because this is a big message. Don't mean to copy and paste. Finally caught you live and just wanted to say thank you. Your stock ticker tutorial on YouTube was one of the projects that landed me a junior front-end job. Nice! That's awesome. You deliver concepts in an understandable and straightforward way, which really helps people getting into coding. I love your content. Keep up the amazing work. Well, thank you very much, Fibs. Can we get some hearts in the chat for Fibs? I appreciate it. And sorry that I missed your message so many times. There's a lot of messages. There's a lot of things going on. Okay. But MT in the chat asked, how would I build this quiz? So at first, just maybe seems like some flex box. There's two little boxes here. Let's see what happens when we actually go into the quiz. Okay. And then, so yeah, a flex box with two divs that puts them side by side. And let's see if it's, yeah, and then it's mobile responsive. So you could have a media query that makes it take up 100% width when it gets to a certain point. You also have to think about state. So behind the scenes, there's probably like an array of questions, and each question has like the content, which is going to appear on the left-hand side, and then the possible options that are going to appear on the right-hand side. So, and I'm curious if, depending on my answer, will it show me different questions? So I prefer to spend time thinking about real life. I would rather spend my time completing a puzzle, answering a question by using the internet, writing a story. None of these. Let's go answer a question by using the internet. When cleaning up, I always do one task at a time until I finish. Take breaks between each subtask. Take breaks. I would rather watch a thrilling and exciting action movie, a character-driven drama, an insightful documentary about how things are built. That one. When I see a painting, I admire it for its beauty, consider what makes this painting popular and important, wonder what techniques a painter used to paint it. That one. When I'm cooking a recipe, I follow the instructions precisely, look at the picture and wing it, taste as I go and adjust. I taste as I go and adjust. And for those of you out there that are new to cooking or are afraid of it, that's how you got to do it. I mean, obviously it doesn't work if you're cooking meat or things that you shouldn't eat when they're not, before they're fully cooked. But you taste as you go, you adjust the seasoning as you go, you adjust the amount of ingredients as you go. And if you just trust your taste buds, it'll work out. Okay. Ooh, I accidentally went backwards. What sounds more like me? Looking things up as I need answers to them, learning everything about one topic, knowing a high-level summary of 10 topics. Looking things up as I need answers. I tend to see life through the lens of systems. Cool. So I'm a problem solver, and it is saying I should become a software engineer and do JavaScript and computer science. Pretty accurate. It's a cool quiz. Okay, so MT, if you're still here, is your question mainly about how to style this, or like how they would decide what the result is based on the quiz itself? What's your question? If you're still here, you might not be here because I think you asked that question like 15 minutes ago. But yeah, this is just a quiz on Code Academy that tries to link you to the right courses to take. This could be a fun little coding challenge to like recreate this. And the Byte Pusher, thank you very much for that sub. But I didn't see it in the overlay. Appreciate you, 21 months. Well, I think I missed some other stuff Mifels with the 5 months, Shivas with the gift, Fibs with the sub, and Fernanda with the prime sub. Thank you all. What's up, Marlo? Welcome in. Yeah. This could be interesting as a little bit of content. Recreate the Code Academy quiz. Okay, let's say hi to everybody because we haven't done that yet. And you can do it like this. So if you're here, I mean, you're here because you're hearing me say this, but in the chat you can say hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, sup, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hiyo, vohayo, or bogahay. Say any of these things, and I will acknowledge you. I'll say hi right back. It would go back in time to 1 hour ago when the She-Boss was the first person to say hello. So welcome in, the She-Boss. Glad to have you here. What's up, Phoenix Rising, and Stas, and Coding Garden Fan, and Cute Pony, and Lord, and Spider-Man, and Cookify, and SNS Scorpio, and Crafty Becky, and Kasian, and Mikus, and Gabriel, and Eddie. Welcome in Somama, and Blue Spider, and Ivo, and Ray, and Mihej, and Mark Boots, and Vulture Bike, and King Coding, and Bino, and Mihai Andre, and Ari Von Houten, and hello, Inadequate Dev, and what's up, American 2050, and what's up, Poteznisman, and the Coding Show, hello, what's up, Art Pajan, and Battle Fame, and Dynamic Voyage, and Gustavo, and Andreas, and Mark, and Code Looper, and One Computer Guy, and Julian, and Mesley, and Saktheev, Metal Alb, Statni Padpora Vedelovani, hello, what's up, Andrew, and Yaps TV, and Keep Safe, and hello, Alkabot, thanks for being here, what's up, Deb Terp, and Arjit, and Finder the Icewing, and Marlo, and Fun Planet, and the Bite Pusher, and It's Domi, and Calvaria, and HTTP 404, and is Rara Wazel, and Melinda Beans, hello, what's up, Foreplay, and Magrathian Designer, and Couch Potatoes. Let's take a quick stretch. Let me know if this looks 3D. Okay, hello Doto, and Prawin, and Percy Down, and I'm Omkar, and Jack in the Bush, and hello Drupu, and Gorav, and Poten, and Magaroth, and Moose Potato, and Goose Dev, and Basi, and Andy from Lithuania, and Villaprint. Welcome in. Glad to have you all here. That was fun. What do we do now? We write some code. Now, I mentioned it when we started, but essentially there's some things we're going to add to the overlay to like fix some stuff. Isn't Code Academy spelled without the A? Probably. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It's not Code Academy. It's Code Academy. Let's do some simple stuff first. So we're going to make it so that any emote that shows up in my overlay, when I hover over it, I want to see what the name of that emote is. You can see it happening right now if I hover over a badge. It just says couch. And I'm actually using the HTML title tag, title attribute, which basically lets you do tooltip-like things. Persistent streams. The internet with ephemeral storage. An application-agnostic communication protocol that includes ephemeral and persistent storage and is able to handle both discrete as well as continuous streaming data. Huh. Never heard of it. I mean, all of the results look like it's just from the same research paper. Cool. Well, that's unfortunate, the Shivas, who says, I was very productive while watching you yesterday. Today, I just can't find my rhythm. I don't mind if you just get some work done. Today, like I said, today's going to be a chill one. I mean, you can probably notice from my demeanor, I'm a little low energy as well. Okay, the title attribute, that does that, but also I believe it can be used for this. Is it? I thought it was the title attribute. Maybe it's not the title attribute. We'll have to see. Okay, so this app is in a repo called SproutKit. And let's see, technically I do have some changes. We'll open this up with VS Code. So if you're interested in this code base, it is on GitHub. It's a work in progress. The code is pretty messy, but we're doing our best to clean it up, and eventually it'll be fairly usable by other people. What we want to do is manage the whenever we hover over a specific emote, and that is going to be handled in the message component. So there's this component called SK chat card or SproutKit chat card, and that is the component that is being rendered right here for each one of these messages. It's also the same component whenever we're on this page. This is a different app. This is just the same. It's using the same components, but inside of a web page. Whereas over here, it's those components being used inside of an Electron app. So if we look at SK chat card, this is where all the magic happens. And actually, this would probably have to happen in the emote parser now that I think about it. But right here, the sanitized message is the one that gets embedded in the chat. So, I mean, if you're new to the coding garden, you may not have realized, but you can actually write HTML in my chat overlay. The reason to use Electron was I wanted this transparent desktop app. You can't really do that as a web app, and because of the cross-platformness of it, I can use the exact same code for the web view as I do for the Electron app. I could have tried to use something like DeskGap or Neutralino, but I don't know how easy it is to actually get a transparent window in those. So the transparent window is my main thing. But yeah, you can see as both Andrew and Mikus, they just use the marquee tag. So you can, if you look in Twitch chat, you're going to see the actual source code. But whenever my overlay loads it in, it actually will interpret some tags, not all tags. And I have tried Tari. So a couple of streams ago, I tried it. It's not for me. I could see use cases and the types of developers that would want to use it, but Tari is definitely not for me. Yeah, and so you can see if you try to do things like use a style tag, or one of the things that I've done is if you try to make your text big, like with an H2, or actually you may not know this, but in the old days of HTML, there was a big tag. It's deprecated, just like the marquee tag is deprecated, but it still technically works. And I made it so that if you use the big tag or any sort of header, it actually makes your text smaller. But that all has to do with sanitizing of the message. And this actually has to do with... oh, you did it in strong. Yeah, so I think we disabled those tags too. But that has to do with injection. It has to do with potentially cross-site scripting. So the fact that I'm executing this HTML that you're writing means that my overlay could be susceptible to certain attacks. If you tried to embed a script tag, or you tried to embed an element that has an on-error attribute, you could potentially try to inject some code here. But every single message I run through a sanitizer that will strip out unwanted things, and also I think it does the hard work of replacing the emotes. So here in lib sanitize message, let's take a look at it. Let's see what it does. Yeah, and you can see that these are attributes that are forbidden. Oh no, we upgraded to Vue 3. We upgraded to Vue 3. The component is still using the options API, but this is Vue 3. Yeah, so these are tags you cannot use. You can't use a style tag or a size tag or an on error or an on load or a class. You can't use any of these tags or any of these attributes, and then you can't use any of these tags. Those are the ones that I blocked. Everything else will potentially try to load. And then I'm using this library called DOM Purify, which is industry standard in terms of trying to sanitize user-provided text. Apparently, this is not where I'm parsing for emotes. I guess I'm actually parsing for emotes on the back end. So I might even need to update my API to include the emote name. Actually, I think that is what's happening. Let's see. Yeah, and thank you, Phoenix Rising, for the focus mode. Here's what we'll do. We'll go into focus mode and we'll figure out where in the code I need to actually update to be able to add a title tag on an emote. And I'm guessing it actually has to be in the backend. So essentially what happens is I have a backend running that's listening for all chat messages. And when it receives a chat message, it does some work. It essentially parses out any emotes, better Twitch TV emotes, Frankerface emotes, 7TV emotes, and then embeds those in the message as, I believe, Markdown. And then when this chat UI receives it, it's already in Markdown. And the domains, the hosts for all of those emotes is actually whitelisted in Electron, so it loads those types of images. But if you tried to embed your own image that's on a non-whitelisted domain, it won't actually embed that image. I've only done a few things with serverless stuff on stream, but okay. I gotta not look at the chat. I gotta figure this out. So one thing I'm doing is, so I have this higher level component called SK chat card. This is the general chat card component, and then I have essentially wrapped and created an instance of that to create the coding garden chat card, and that's what adds the specific like coding garden color, not coding garden color, but this like specific purple color. And then I have other logic like whether or not we should trust the user, like are they following, are they a VIP? So anybody that hasn't followed, I don't know, anybody watching right now, if you haven't followed or if you haven't followed, just say hi in the chat. You'll see that it actually has a different color. Because I don't know if I can trust you yet. Hi. Well, I mean, you all are following, so. Okay. I guess this is technically running inside of Vue 3, but here's an advertisement for Vue 3. You can still write code the old way. So even though I have like this computed attribute, like I'm not using the setup syntax, this is still Vue 3. Okay. Content message.parsed message. And so at this point, I think this would have already gotten set by the backend. Yeah, that's super interesting. So Andy just added a an input date. That's funny. Yeah, the other thing is your account has to be older than 1 day old for me to trust you as well. Yeah, so if you try to embed an image, actually try to embed an image, you'll see what happens. If it's not a whitelisted domain. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the backend code, and that is in a separate repo called API. Give me 1 second. So Andrew's domain is whitelisted. So if you try to embed something from Andrew's domain, it'll work. But if you try to embed something like AutoMagic that's not on a whitelisted domain, I actually replace it with there was an attempt, because a while back people did try to put really naughty things in my overlay. Yeah, Mr. Demon Wolf, I'll do that really quick. Let me see where the whitelist is at. Do you want both .me and .com or just .com? Okay. Okay. Let's see if we can figure out how to do this. So this is the code that runs on the back end. It's called parse emote. So anytime it gets a new message, the message gets run through here to pull out any possible emotes. And then you can see that I am, if it's a Twitch emote, it's getting replaced with a markdown image syntax. And then it also has this hash or pound emote, which is how I'm able to directly apply styles to emotes, because I can target them with that. And actually, if we look at the front end code, and this is my whitelist code, so any domain I want to whitelist, I just add it to this file as a regular expression. Yeah, if we look at the CSS for for chat web, for instance, you can see we're actually targeting emotes. So if the image has hash emote on it, give it a height of 50 pixels. What I'm thinking, though, is we could give it alt text if we put the emote name inside of here. And it looks like we're doing that with emotes that are not from Twitch TV. So we might actually have access to that already. Let's see, though. I actually might need to restart the Electron app. Let me do that for you, Mr. Demon Wolf. Oh, that's not gonna work. I need to use Node version 16. This was an issue we tried to fix a few streams ago, but apparently there's I think a Webpack compatibility issue with version 18 for Electron. I don't know if it was Webpack. So here it is. And we should see, yeah, we go. Official debug checklist for Node. Reboot the node.js process. Check your code for issues. Debug the code for a few. Nice. All right, so what I want to do really quick is, like, for example, look, well, no, I need an emote that is not a Twitch emote. Wait, what? Somebody's added, what? What's happening here? What happens if you add a button with a custom on-click? I already have code that strips out any event handlers. So you could try. And also I would have to be... I would have to be dumb enough, honestly, to click the button, which I won't. Let's pop this out. Okay. So this is our dev tools. I'm going to look at the elements. And do catjam. Everyone just do catjam, because catjam is not a built-in Twitch emote. There we go. All right, so if we look at it in the DevTools. Yeah, it has an alt text. So that's great. And that's good to see. So you can see that we're actually already embedding the emote name, and this is what we need access to, but we want to put it on the title tag as well as the alt tag. That's basically what we need to do. So how am I gonna do that? Do I not have 7TV? I thought I did. Can someone send a 7TV emote? Check out my website. Yeah. That does work. And so, like, technically, one thing that you could do is you could put a different URL in the anchor tag text. But watch what happens when I click a link. It actually sends me here. So this is a little app I built to do like a pre-scrape of it before I actually click the link. So like I have multiple things in place to make sure that I don't click bad links. So yeah. Yeah, we could use set attribute. So I don't know. I have to think about this because basically when the message gets parsed, I guess not parsed, I think we render it with Markdown. I guess I don't have 7TV. Let me add that to the list of to-do. Whoa, how'd you do that, Stas? Ruby. What's a Ruby tag? This is... What's happening? I've never heard of the Ruby tag. Oh, it presents small annotations. Ooh. Insane. Literally never seen this. That's cool. All right. What are we doing? We're looking to see where the markdown actually gets parsed on the front end. I think we use Showdown. Is that what it's called? Yeah, so we use Showdown, which is a markdown converter. And then, okay, so this is the spot right here. So this right here essentially takes that markdown syntax, which has the image embed, and then turns it into HTML syntax. So it'll turn that into like an image tag. You've done it, Andy! You've done another breakout! Dialogue. Wow. That's new. But here's the thing. We actually have overflow hidden. Yeah, so we have overflow hidden on the card, but apparently dialogue does not respect overflow hidden. We'll add that to the list of things to fix. Wow. Wow. Okay. Honestly, I could just not allow the dialogue tag. Yeah. Welcome in, Visard. So, this is actually an example of the fact that I don't trust you. I mean, eventually I might I might trust you, Visard. But because that's the first message you've ever sent, and because you're not following the channel yet, I don't even try to parse the code. I literally just leave the message as is. But if you hang around long enough, eventually... and if you follow, then eventually your code will attempt to be executed. All right, I gotta just add dialogue to the to the forbidden tags. I mean, this is the easy fix. Like, you literally cannot use dialogue. Did it not work? I thought it should auto refresh. There we go. There we go. You all were having too much fun with that. But yeah, I welcome you to find more ways to break it. I forget who it was. Oh, was it? I think it might have been Stony Eagle. They're the ones that figured out that I didn't have the overflow hidden style. And they made a They set their status to be a big old thing that went over the chat. And Donald Packies, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. You're too kind. And actually, I saw your message in Discord. What's your thing called? Formidable JS? I'll gladly give you a shout out. I haven't tried this yet. Looks pretty interesting. And I did see that it's based on Imba. And isn't Imba the language that Scrimba uses? Or do they just have the same name? I don't know, but shout out to our friend Donald Packies. Thank you for the support. And check out their framework that they've been working on. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Nope. Cool. Yeah, Imbo is super interesting. I remember when this language came out not too long ago. But it's like a language specifically built for making front-end apps. No way. Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing? What I want to do, and I guess I didn't even say this out loud, but here's what I'm thinking. I want to see if there's a way to intercept when an image tag is being created, or when an image tag... Oh, actually, I could do it right here. So basically, I have a hook with DOM Purify. After it processes a message, this runs to make sure that any image embeds are whitelisted. But what I can do is I can actually set the title attribute here if the alt tag is set. So if they weren't in the whitelist, replace the image. But if they were in the whitelist, then I can do node.setAttribute title, and that could be node.getAttribute alt. Why is this complaining? Oh. If it doesn't exist, empty string. That actually should do it. So any image that has an alt tag set, I'm going to take it and make it the title attribute as well. And so that should make it so that non-Twitch emotes... Oh yeah, you can use SVGs as well. Though now that I think about it, you could do some pretty messy stuff with the SVGs. Yeah, you're welcome, Donald Packies. Thank you for all the support. It's a crazy amount of support. I appreciate it. All right. Yeah, like the Keck W. Here we go. Moment of truth. Keck W. Nice. Nice. We've done it. And so this is actually interesting because, like, technically we're in Vue.js. And so it's weird that we're doing like this DOM code, but this is outside of Vue.js. This is basically while it's being parsed and sanitized by DOM Purify. We have access to that. So yeah. Can I show my alt tab configuration? Yeah. And then that should work. We can't do it. We're not doing it for built-in Twitch emotes yet because our backend is not setting an alt tag for Twitch emotes. Now, I don't think we get the Twitch emote name in a TMI.js message. We only get the ID, I believe. I don't know if there's any way to take a Twitch emote ID and turn that into the emote name, or like look up the emote name. Yeah, no audio tags. Let's see. What did Phlox do? Detail, summary, click me, and then inside of it, there's a kappa. Nice. Hover over this image. Yeah, and so now those of you that have a whitelisted domain, you could set the title tag to be whatever you want. Welcome in, Sri Lanka, bruh. There was somebody else that said something, and I missed it. Oh yeah, welcome in, Sri Lanka, bruh. This is your 3rd day of a 100-day coding challenge. Awesome. Keep at it. Keep on going. I know a little bit of Python. Why not just make the npm package for parsing and use it here? You mean use it on the front end? I technically could. I mean, I think there's a reason I'm doing the emote parsing on the back end. Like, the emotes get parsed before it gets sent out. I technically could do the parsing on the front end, though. Yeah. What have you done, American 2050? A giant SVG? Okay. Let's see. Twitch API get emote name from ID. Is this possible? Is this a thing? Or do I literally have... I mean, the thing is, when people use emotes from another channel, that would be a whole lot of requests, because I'd have to, like, potentially do a separate request for their channel emotes. Global emotes. Right, another stretch. Yeah, it's fun to mess around with my overlay. people have done a lot of interesting things. Like, when we were first making this thing, people found so many ways to break it. So we've gradually just been fixing it over time. All right. That was funny, though. So on the back end, I was doing size 4. Size 4 doesn't even exist. I should do size 3. And then, I mean, I kind of want to look at a TMI message to see... Oh, you know... Oh, actually, we could do it. I think we'd have to write the code to do it, but we could do it. Let me do this really quick. I'm just going to create, like, a little sandbox. Because, actually, let me get it all set up, and then I'll show you how TMI works. Because you essentially get an object that describes the column, like the character number within the message string, where the emote starts and where it ends. And we could use that to extract out the emote name and then use that on the back end. Cool. And I do believe Alka has added a more recent version. JS, how do you spell JS deliver? Alka added a CDN for TMI. It didn't used to have a browser build. But now we need to change the version. How do I change the version? Yeah, we want this one. Oh, right here. We want version 1.9 pre-1 because it has a dist directory. I believe that's the is that the browser build? Yeah, I think this is the browser build. So we can actually take this and then just link a script to it, I believe. It's still happening. I just want to get rid of this desk. Like, this desk was... The previous owner of this house left the desk here when I bought it. And it's a pretty nice desk. It's like a giant... It's big, and it's an IKEA standing desk. But it's pretty janky. Like, it wobbles. Yeah. Okay, what am I doing? I'm adding a script. and it's going to be that. And then after that, I'm adding this. And then we'll create an app.js file. And inside of here, we'll set up the TMI client. And for that, we can just copy this. You may not have known this, but you can actually listen to Twitch chat on a web page without any authentication. You can just specify the channel name, and this will start printing messages. And I want to see all the tags. Okay, so if we spin up this, no errors in the console. Put my mic on a gyroscope, yeah. And yeah, so this is all the information we get about every chat message. And this is basically happening on the back end. I'm just like replicating it locally so I can kind of debug. So send a message that has emotes in it. In Twitch emotes, like that. So, well. Emote only, true, cool. So when a message gets sent that has emotes, so for instance, Bajosi sent this message, and the message was, I can't even see it. It was Kappa. Yeah, but so this is what I do want to show is that like it says that if we look in the string from characters 0 through 4, we should replace that with the emote that has ID 25, and that's Kappa. But where's the actual message? How am I missing? Oh, it's not in the tags. Never mind. Message is a separate property. Let's just do this. Tags.message. Message. Yeah. It doesn't even come in the message itself. So there we go, another Kappa. And if we look at the message, yeah, so the message is Kappa. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0 through 4 indices, and the emotes object tells us that's where it is. So if we say, so if tags.emotes is a thing, it's an object key, so we can say object.entries of tags.emotes, and iterate over each one. And so that's going to give us the emote ID and the locations. So if we just log the ID and the locations, that should give us 25, 0 through 4. And then if we log message.substring, oh, actually for each location. So locations for each, and thank you, Mordarok, thank you for that prime. So for each location, that's going to give us the, yeah, we'll just call it location. And location is a string that is comma separated. So we could say the start and the end is location split on a dash. So that's going to give us the start and end. And then this is how we can get the emote name out of the string. So is substring like this or substring like this? Julian from Trailer Park Boys? Is he the one that always has whiskey in his hand? Because I don't think I do. Okay, substring lowercase. And then we just want from start and end, parsed as a number. All right. So this just turns it into a number. So what was happening is it was a string that had start dash end, and I wanted, so I split it to get the start and the end, but they're still strings, and then this just turns them into a number. I think that's how string works. Kappa. Kappa. Look at that. Seems goo. Cap. So we actually have to do n plus 1. That's it. That's the winner. And it has to be a Twitch-specific emote. Yeah, Kappa. Lol. Seems good. Kappa. Though... This is better than CodePen. You mean sending code in my overlay? Breaker Z. Cool. So, with this little bit of code right here, we have essentially extracted out the emote name given the locations. So I can take this code and repurpose it in my backend code, because I'm essentially already doing the thing. So I have the emote IDs, and then we have the start and end, and we have the message. So we could actually say the name is message.substring of start end plus 1. And then we throw the name in here. Okay. What if an emote is used more than once in a message? It only shows up once, and then you get multiple locations in it. But that's okay, because we only need the first occurrence of it to get the name of it. I think I'll probably have to do this and this. I think message is the full message. Yeah, we're gonna YOLO it like I always do with the backend. So like, I technically could start up this backend and test it out, but I'm just gonna commit it and deploy it and hope it works. Okay, I've done it, so now if we do kappa and then we hover over it, yeah, we've done it. Let me show you. I'll show you that it works. First try. Everyone, if you're a sub, spam the first try emote. Just check it out. So now that message got parsed by the backend, sent to my front end here, and when I hover over it, coding first try. Coding first try. Nice, 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 nice. I now realize that SVGs could be really dangerous. Like, I guess not. Like, if you're trying to convert a naughty image into SVG. It's probably going to be too big to use in the chat. I don't know. I should probably only allow SVG for trusted users. But we've done it. I think one thing I want to do though is I want to. So right now it's just the title tag, but it would be nice if it was like an actual tooltip. Is that a challenge? No. Please do not. Please behave yourself. You'll get timeout or banned if you try to do anything too silly. Yeah. Well, I guess that's true, but the image tag does get stripped out of SVGs, or it should. Like if we look at my message sanitizing, I guess maybe not. So here, I'm gonna create a new scene that doesn't have any chat on it. And then remove the chat. Can someone try embedding an SVG that has an image tag inside of it? I guess, because I think it technically would get parsed. I don't know. I actually think it would work. I think it would work because right now DOM Purify allows SVGs, and then the image tag is different from the IMG tag. Yeah. So that sort of worked, Oxneo. But can you do it again with a full URL? Because right now you can see that it's MDN logo, but it's not the HTTPS. And I'll show you what's happening. Look at that. So it tried to load that image that was embedded in that SVG. So we definitely need to take care of that right now. I can't believe no one's taken advantage of that. Yeah. Yep. Well, I guess it still technically blocks bad URLs. Yeah, so the URL is still being blocked. So that's a good sign. And the message that Minoix sent is a whitelisted URL. So I'll show you in a second. I need to make sure that it's in all places, because I think there's some whitelisting that's potentially happening in Electron, but not happening on the web overlay. So let me see in the web overlay. Bino, TM, can you send your SVG again? And Bajosi and Patch Steps, send that SVG that you sent earlier. Let's see what happens. I mean, I know you can't see it, but I can see it. That's bad. That's really bad. Okay, good thing I did not show that on screen. Okay, how do we fix that? Do they not have an SRC attribute? They have an href attribute. That's the issue. So we can actually fix that by looking at the href attribute as well. I also could just not allow the image tag. Today we hack good, yeah. Okay. And yeah, I can show you on my screen because, so yeah, I can show you my screen. I just can't show you the web overlay until I fix it. Because basically, the Electron app has more control over network requests. So not only is it being whitelisted at the sanitization step, it's also being whitelisted at the network level. So if the Electron app sees a request for a domain that's not whitelisted, then it replaces it like we want it to. But this code right here is only checking for the SRC attribute. And for an SVG image tag, we need to check that href attribute. So we'll just do that right here. What's wrong with my mic arrow codes? I tried to fix that earlier. I may have to do something again. Href and node.tagname is image, and it has an href attribute. So, if it has an href, so if it's an image tag, which is the one that shows up in an SVG, and it has the href attribute, we're going to grab that href attribute, make sure that it's whitelisted. But if it's not whitelisted, we'll replace it with the there was an attempt GIF. Any reason I put node.tagname? Yeah, basically, if it's not the image tag, I don't even want to check does it have an href attribute, because it could be an anchor tag. Or, yeah, I think anchor tag is the only other thing that has an href. And so I only want to do this if it is an image tag, because I do allow links that are not whitelisted. IMG is handled by this, because this is checking for the SRC attribute. Image is not handled by this because it uses the href attribute. Okay. I think this should do it. Let me just save that. Much better. So a second ago, you might have seen that Minoix sent something that looked like it tried to embed. Now it gets replaced because it wasn't whitelisted. And I think that actually even has to do with like base64 images. So if a base64 image, someone tries to embed a base64 image, that's not a whitelisted URL, so it just gets blocked. And then let me confirm that the other overlay does that. It was fun while it lasted. I mean, yeah, it needed to be fixed, though. It definitely needed to be fixed. A man of duality. VPN, auto cookie clear, but I still trust your HTML. Yeah. What's the drum noise? I think it's just me hitting my desk. Can someone try embedding an SVG with an image again? I guess I could do it. Whew. That's what I like to see. Great. Great. We've done it. I cannot believe that has been an issue for this long and nobody has taken advantage of it. But it's good. It's good. So now if someone tries to embed an image in an SVG, it'll just block it if the domain is not whitelisted. Cool. Great. We fixed a couple of things today. Yeah, that's awesome. Let's look at our to-do list. Now we can hover emotes and we get their name. We fixed that dialogue breakout by just not allowing dialogues. It's called cookie auto delete, Arjit. If you look on the frequently asked questions page, I think I have a link to it. Cookie, yeah, there it is. If you go here, you can get the link. Oh, Android version of Firefox. It's possible that some extensions aren't supported on mobile Firefox. Let me see if I have it installed. I guess I don't. I have, I use, what's it called? It's based on Firefox, but it's like a privacy version of it. Firefox Focus is what I use on Android as well. I have both Firefox and Firefox Focus, but I have Firefox Focus set as my default browser, so any link I click is essentially opened in like a private tab that doesn't keep cookies or anything like that. Yeah. Okay. Where are we at? We should add 7 TV emotes. I think that's a good place to go next. Let me actually enable 7 TV for my channel, because I don't know if I've done that yet. Oh wow, that's funny. Okay. Cool. So it is showing that image? Let me see what you did, patched up. Oh, I see what you did. Xlink href. Oh, man. I probably should just not allow the image tag. Are there any other attributes like that? Yeah. You know what? I think we just have to block SVGs. Like, I don't think it's worth chasing down every possible thing. I just have to disable SVGs, and I apologize. The thing is, someone bad is going to watch this VOD and be like, oh, I can figure out all these weird SVG tags. So yeah, I just gotta block SVGs. But thank you for finding that patch step, because there's a lot of tags that I don't know about. Yeah, that's the other thing. Go over the whole HTML spec and make sure there's not any other other things. But yeah. Can mods and VIPs have SVGs? I'll add it to the feature list. I don't know if there's a way of... Actually, I think I am saying... I do have like a... Yeah, if they're trusted. But the thing is, someone is technically trusted if they have been following for longer than 30 minutes. And we need more trust than that. We need like a super trust. I'll just add that to my list of to-dos. Allow higher level trusted people to use SVG. Okay. What I'm doing right now is making sure that, yeah, so I have 7TV added. We need to find the 7TV API. Yeah, I think I'm gonna add that to the list, one computer guy, because like we've so earlier we were talking about allowing badges of other things, but then we were like, well, what if we can't find a library that has those badges? We might just start a repo of images that people can submit, and then anything in that repo you're allowed to embed. Let's just kind of add it to the ideas. Trusted image repository for anyone to use. Yeah. But I mean, I think that's the issue though. Like it can't just be an Imager album or a Google Drive or Google Photos folder. There needs to be some sort of review process before we get that image in. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. Like we use GitHub for it. We use GitHub to request images to be added. However, GitHub wasn't really made to store images. I mean, it can. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't heard of Payload CMS. No. Okay. More. I'm using a 2015 MacBook Pro. This MacBook is 7 years old, and it still runs like a champ. Does anyone know how to, if there is a 7T, I mean, I think there has to be a 7TV API. It's how they integrated it into Fraker Faces. Stream tools, add-ons, bots, and any other developer. The button doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, so I do like this old MacBook, but also I'm not the kind of person that will spend $2,000 on a new thing just because it's new. Hey, what's up, Terawatt Hour? Thanks for the link. This thing still works. My laptop still works. So like, why would I spend $1,500, $2,000 on a new one when my old one works just fine? 7tv.io not found. We need some sort of API documentation. 7tv.io/v3. Online true. That's a good sign. I am going to search all of GitHub for this URL to see if anyone's code has it in there, and they don't. Why don't they? I'm not searching all of GitHub? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thanks. All right. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. I was gonna ask, but I think I just found it. Do you know the 7TV API URL? We're trying to get 7TV emotes in my overlay. I mean, it looks like they have a GraphQL endpoint. Does it have graphical? Thank you, Terawatt Hour. Terawatt Hour's got all the answers. It's in the repo, but I guess it's not. It is GraphQL? Okay. No operation provided. Let's see if Insomnia can load the schema. Yeah, and there was a question real quick. I'll answer this one from Ed, who's asking about what DB to use. So can you give me a recommendation for a DB for a personal project I'm starting? It's basically an accounting app. Me and my partner to keep track of our expenses. I'll work in Python or Go. I was considering Fauna, which is, yeah, it is an object database or a document store, or a regular SQL and maybe Heroku. If it's going to be some sort of like web app that only you and your partner have access to, you would want to use some sort of hosted database, right? So you could use Fauna or MongoDB Atlas or even Firebase or something like that. If it is, I don't know, because the other option is like a flat file database. So you could use something like SQLite, or I guess if you're working in Python, you might find a flat file JSON database that you could use. So those are really your options, like some sort of flat file, so you don't even have to worry about like a hosted database, or like some sort of hosted database service. But I think I'd need to know more about your app in order to recommend something. Yeah. Yeah. You got the latest model of Intel MacBook right before the M1 because you were sure it was going to be a mistake. I mean, it's pretty amazing what they can do now that they're in control of the hardware. More of the hardware, anyways. Yeah. Okay. GraphQL request. How do I do the thing where refresh schema? Show documentation. Query. Emotes. Query. Limit page. Yeah. Yeah. And then what all will, like, how many tables or how many document stores do you think you would have? Because if there's a lot of relations, you probably should just use some sort of SQL database. But if it's a fairly flat structure, then like MongoDB or Fauna or something like that might work. Actually, I don't even remember what Fauna is exactly. Is it NoSQL? Looks like a document store. Okay. We want query. And then we want emotes. I guess, do I want emote set? Maybe I want emote set. ID, name. Why is it complaining? Unexpected parenthesis. Emote set argument ID of type object ID is required. Oh, you have to pass in the ID. What if I don't know the ID? There are not that many relations. If it were me, I would use MongoDB because that's what I have the most experience with. But any other hosted NoSQL database would probably work for you. But if you look at MongoDB Atlas, they have a really generous free tier. You can have up to 500 megabytes in a Mongo database that's hosted. So I'd go with MongoDB, but that's just me. All right, I think we want emotes. And we want the query, empty string, page 1, limit 100. And what are my options? Okay, what was it saying? Items. ID, name. All right, let's go. Okay. We have the ID, we have the name. That just gave us a whole bunch. I guess we really want the global emotes though. Quick stretch. Also, I'm getting hungry. It's already 1 o'clock. I haven't eaten lunch today. So I'm gonna go eat lunch in a second, but okay, we made the request. I don't know if these are the global emotes, and then also they didn't tell me how many pages there are. Like, what if I request 1,000? Am I gonna get more? This one was 403 lines long. Now it's even longer. So now it's 1,200 lines long. Can I request 5,000 emotes? All right, that's how many they have. I guess. I mean, maybe 1,000 is the limit. Even less. There's not even that many. 200. 300. 400. Yeah, so there's actually less than 300 emotes from this endpoint. And I'm guessing these are the global emotes? Is there a 7? There's not even a 7 TV in here, though. Get all... I mean, it would be great if the REST endpoint still worked. I mean, it still works. I don't know if they're going to deprecate it, though. And we can see how many global emotes are here. There's only 36 global emotes. Let's look at the schema again. I don't know if there's a way to request the emote sets. The 7TV extension uses that endpoint. Okay, so maybe I'll just use that one. Let's look at an emote. ID name owner. So what if we looked at owner emote version? Thank you, Letsy. User emotes and go, okay. I guess I'll do that. I mean, it's a shame it's not easier to find. Because like this is like outdated API documentation. I mean, I guess it seems outdated. The repo itself is archived, but maybe the documentation isn't archived. And then I saw that there's a v3 endpoint, but these are v2 endpoints. But it's fine. Well, it's typically the way these things go is I just use it till it breaks, anyways. Because I was on the old Twitch API endpoints for a long time. Well. Okay, yeah, so we'll just make the request here, and then we'll update our parse emotes function to include these. And then right now I don't have any 7TV emotes added because I just signed up. So let's go add one. Let's do mod check. I don't think we have mod check in my channel right now, do we? I don't. So I'm gonna add it to my channel. Nice. And then now if I request my channel emotes, it'll get there eventually. It's probably not an instant sync. But I still need to update my code to embed it. Oh, it has to be an ID, user ID. That makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you, Terawatt. And there it is. There's just that one mod check. Okay, here I go coding again. We need to go into parse emotes. And I actually have some functions that get the emotes. So I have get better Twitch TV emotes. I've got get franker face emotes. And now we will get the 7TV emotes. And I'm just going to copy this function and update it accordingly. Get 7TV emotes. Cool. So we make the request to the global endpoint. And then this is just an array, which is nice. So I don't need to destructure anything. We are going to rename it to global emotes. And then this will be the channel emotes. And that makes the request here. But we can parameterize this because I believe in here somewhere I have a Twitch channel ID. Or I should anyways. I guess I don't because I've hard-coded Coding Garden right there. Yeah, and I hard-coded it right there. Well, we will add this as a to-do. To-do. Parameterize channel name and ID. But we will sink further into technical debt and hard code the ID. Okay, so that gives me the global emotes and the channel emotes. We need it all in one. So I can say global emotes concat channel emotes. Appenderizer 9000, I just saw that. Okay. Append emote. And then I do some destructuring here. So the name is literally called name, so I can actually just destructure that. And the thing I want from it are the URLs. So there's literally an array called URLs, and let's just make sure that the structure is the same for global and channel. Yeah, they both have URLs. Good. Good. And then we want to create an object that has the name of the emote, and then we're going to pop off the last one, which is going to give us the biggest size. And then we'll grab it at index 1, because that will be the URL. Cool. And then append emote, what does this even do? Oh yeah, so this actually does the, it puts it into my regular expression that does the parsing later on. Oh, and I do actually need this to be code. So this says code comes from name. And then code is name. I think. Yeah, so basically, like, if you type in emote name and you don't use the right capitalization, it'll still work. So if you type, I think confused is a better Twitch TV emote, or a Franker Faces emote. Does it say where it comes from? Regardless, but you can see that that's a capital C. But if you type it with a lowercase c, in my chat overlay, it actually does show up. Is that bad? Should I not do that? Yeah, so I'm passing a selector, which gets the object, pulls off the name, and puts it into a variable called code. No. Yeah. No. Automagic says keep it as it is. Any other opinions in the chat? Oh, was I changing the wrong code? I was changing the wrong code. So I actually need to do this. Pull off the name attribute of the emote object, put it into a variable called code, and then turn it into an object where code is specified there. Cool. It'll leave a lot of users confused, yeah. I'm confused why, but it's not game over. Where is Java coming from? Oh, that is a better Twitch TV emote. So I have that set up on my channel emotes for better Twitch TV. Put the source of the emote on the title. You're not wrong, Andrew. Okay. So I'll do Twitch, that, and then but now how do I know? Now I don't know. I guess I could put it into the object. Source. Yeah. So I could create a new object and then put it into there. So like sources at this. Not that. That. Equals the source. And then now when I call append emote, I can pass in the source. So right here, I can say source is BTTV, better Twitch TV. And then here, the source is FFC. And then here, the source is 7TV. And then now, code repetition? Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, I think it's reasonable code repetition. I could potentially refactor this to be like a generic function that takes the global URL and the channel URL, but then it would also need selector functions where basically I would pass it this, and then I could reuse that. But I think it's fine for now. Okay. And then, do I need to add HTTPS on 7TV? No, it already has it. And URLs is just an array. So I can just do urls.pop. So grab the last URL like that. And then at this point, we can try putting the source name. So I can do sources at lowercase code. Oh, never mind. Code is inside this function. Cool. Cool. Seems fine. Capital T Twitch. Now, I also need to get 7TV emotes in this function. I will refactor this later. It's a shout out to coding train. Okay. Global emotes, channel emotes, do the thing. Should just work. Let's push it to production, see what happens. Now, for all of you you code newbies out there, don't do this. Take pride in your work, make sure it's nice and tested before you deploy it. But I looked at the code. Seems fine. My linter doesn't say there's anything wrong with it, so let's see what happens. What could possibly go wrong? Didn't crash. It didn't crash. Oh, it's working. It's working. I need to whitelist the 7TV CDN. I totally forgot. Yeah, it's working. I just need to whitelist it. It's an untrusted source. I mean, but at least it shows my code is kind of working, right? Or it's like it's doing its job, right? No hands. Okay, so the Electron app works. I didn't think I'd have to refresh the browser source, but let's see. Like, I thought it auto-refreshed. Oh yeah, it's working now. Look at that. There's a little mod check. I need to put myself on top of the chat. Like that. Mod check. Nice. We got 7 TV emotes. That's great. Fantastic. So, I mean, it's pretty awesome that these new emote sites keep popping up, and then they get added to like Franker faces, because, yeah, I think if I go to my dashboard, I can have up to 250 emotes. That is more generous than any of the other ones. So Better Twitch TV, I think, gives you like 15. Franker phases. Oh, maybe I think it was Franker. They both only give you like 10 or 15 emotes. This lets you add 250. That's insane. Cat kiss. Let's do it. The thing is, the emote cache. Yeah, I'll add it. But the emote cache updates every. I can look at the code to tell you. But basically, those emotes won't start showing up until the cache gets refreshed. Yeah, let's see what our emote timeout is. A day. So they get cached for an entire day. What I need to go in and just add all of the emotes I want to add, and then like next time I stream, they'll be added. Yeah, Better Twitch TV has overlapping emotes as well. I don't think we've ever handled that. I could add that to the to-do list. But we do technically have 7 TV emotes. 7 TV, BTTV, FFZ, overlapping emotes. Yeah, how do I give mods? I'll have to go in and add everyone. I think, are you two the only mods here right now? Yeah, what's up, Hugen Iowa? Welcome in. I am programming, yeah, so I'm actually updating this overlay here. We just made it so that you can use this 7 TV emote. Mods? Mods? How do you know what's an emote? Does code check word by word? It uses a regular expression. Now, this regular expression works for me. I don't know what other people do in this scenario, but essentially, I build up a giant regular expression that matches against the emote name. You're not a mod one computer guy. You could be, though. You've been here a long time. But I essentially build up a regular expression that will match any emote from Better Twitch TV, Frankerface, 7 TV. That regular expression will match any one of those emote names. And I build up a map. Like, this should be a map. I mean, right now I'm just using a plain object, but really it's a map of emote name to URL. And then on the message, I just execute the regular expression. So I say replace any emote that you find, and then use this custom replacer function that gets access to the emote that was found, and then it looks it up in the emotes object. Yeah. Oh, the Linux. What's up, Het? Where is that emote from? Actually, we just added this feature. Now I can hover, and it'll tell me. Actually, it won't tell me where it's from. It'll tell me the name. Or not. What's... Oh, is that your emote? That's great. That's your emote? Nice. Do you stream? Do you stream Linux stuff? And Wicked Envy, thank you for the Prime. Is it possible to do a swipe left for an option in React? It would be more of a... yeah, it's possible. I was just thinking, like, I do believe there are, like, actual touch interaction libraries that'll tell you that a swipe happened, and you don't have to, like, detect on touch down and then detect which direction was swiped. Nice. Welcome in. Thanks for being here, Hetanis. All the Linux. How do I add user Twitch emotes? It's just based on the TMI message. So I do this whole emote parsing thing from the TMI message, where I pull out the IDs and then just replace them with the URL. Is that what you were asking, Alka? Is it faster to add the ID:name relation over iterating an entire object? Don't know what you mean by that one, computer guy. Yep, so this is my hacky code that basically looks at the emote object, which is a map of ID to the section in the string, and then I build up an object of actual URLs based on that emote ID, and then I got this from you because parsing messages that have emojis in them or other like weird Unicode things won't work if you do string.split. You have to do array.from, which keeps the Unicode characters intact. And then look at every single character until I reach a character that has a start and end. Yeah. I think that was a bug in my emote parsing for a long time before you fixed that a long time ago. Yeah. Okay, I need to take a break, eat some lunch, and then there's lots of ideas of stuff we can work on when I get back. I think the most interesting one might be adding other tech badges. So right now, and so if you're new to the coding garden, welcome in, glad to have you here. There are badges and things you can customize your chats with in my overlay. So you can see one computer guy has React, Alistar Plays has JavaScript, Alka has GitHub, Andrew has Java. You can basically pick a brand or an icon from this page. And it has to be under the free category under solid icons or brands. So anything in here, you can pick it. And then if you do !team, you can set it as your badge. But people have complained because there are various technologies that they don't have images for. Like Svelte is a JavaScript library. They don't have, let's see if they have like Fedora. Yeah, they've got the Fedora icon. What about Pop OS? Yeah, they don't have the Pop OS icon. So our idea is we're going to start to either find some repository someone's created that has a bunch of tech icons, or just start to create our own. So that way we can use those as the badges as well. So in conjunction with using Font Awesome, we'll be able to specify our own badges. Oh, nice little arrow. That's cool. More badges? Yeah. And someone had the idea where they could put their entire, not their full stack, I mean, technically their full stack in their message, where... Yeah, I'm just laughing at a recent message, but you could put your full stack. Like you could do your React, node.js, MongoDB, and have all those icons next to each other. So that's what we're gonna work on next. I'm gonna take a 20-minute break because I need to eat lunch. But while I'm gone, I want you all, if you have the time, to try and research. Like, has anyone out there created a Font Awesome style library that has tech icons. Or, I mean, there we go. I think we found one. But the other issue is, like, let's say we find one and then it doesn't have all the things we want. If one of these has an open source license that allows it, we could fork it and then now start to add our own. Or depending on how responsive a given library is, we could just say, oh, we're going to use this because we know that they close pull requests. Simple icons seems awesome. Wow. They've got Svelte. They've got Pop OS. This seems great. What about dev icon? They got Svelte. They don't have Pop OS. So yeah, when I come back, we'll figure out some combination of the two, and then we'll add it to our list as well. Poo Storm? What? What's that? Oh, do they? They probably have Temple OS. Why wouldn't they? Temporal? I don't know, but now I'm slowly realizing that basically everything that Fireship puts out just becomes a hot keyword, because Fireship recently did a video on Temple OS. Fireship has so much power, so much power. Okay. I thought you were asking for a gifted sub, Irving, but you got gifted a sub. Yeah. Well, it's good to hear, Arjeet. Arjeet says, I mean, no need to delete that message. I think they were just saying that somebody gifted them and they appreciate it. Arjeet is saying, next month would be my 1 year in IT as a software engineer, and as a huge thanks to you for inspiring people like me. Keep going through the phase of learning and keep going. Thanks a lot. You're very welcome, Arjeet. Thanks for being a part of the community. Yeah. Yeah. But it's fine. Whoever that was, congrats, you got gifted. All right. I am, yeah, it was Donald Pinkies. And thanks for being here, Irving. All right. I'm going to leave you with a coding garden video. Maybe I'll take a 30-minute break because I'm tired. I'm hungry. I need to just walk around a little bit. So let's find a video to leave you all with. Yeah. I added those two banned words last night because, like, after the last stream, it's just, I mean, pretty much any topic that I start to do, that I talk about, will potentially have some sort of divisive opinion. You can have divisive opinions about it. So yesterday I was talking about setting up my Mac for development. So, like, every little thing, what browser I chose, what extensions I chose, what specific productivity apps I chose, every single thing, someone else had an opinion on why something else was better. And it gets annoying. I'll be honest, it gets really annoying. And for all the trolls watching, now you know how to annoy me. It's just ask me, why don't you use this? Why don't you use this? Or, I mean, and that's not that annoying because it is constructive to talk about, like, why is one thing better? Why is one thing good versus another thing? But when you come in here with just the attitude that something is better and you look down on other people for not understanding why that thing is better, that can get annoying as well. What's this? Did I get rickrolled? No. Oh! That's a good one. I'll leave you with this one. This is a good video. All right. You're gonna like this video. I think you will actually like this video. It was filmed in front of a live audience, and they were very rowdy. A lot of them drunk. But it's also some really fun code that I wrote. Cool. So I'll be back when this video is over. You should get up and walk around too if you haven't taken a break today. Get some water, but also watch this video. See you soon. When we come back, we're working on tech badges, and we're probably just going to use simple icons, but yeah. All right. See you soon.
All right,
we're live. Cool. Hello, everyone. My name is CJ. As Brooks mentioned, I stream myself on YouTube on the YouTube channel Coding Garden CJ. Has anyone seen Coding Garden CJ? Oh my goodness!
Yeah!
Wow, that's awesome. What? Oh yeah. I did an episode where I ate spicy hot wings and solved coding problems. I ate progressively spicier hot wings with progressively harder coding problems. But right now, we are about to build the same app that you just saw with vanilla JS. Let's do it. So we're gonna do this in the style of MVC. There's some like design pattern snobs out there that might say this is not MVC, but if you're new to this kind of thing, this will give you an idea of what we mean when we're trying to structure something in the style of model view controller. And so for this app that we're building from scratch, we're not going to use any libraries. We're just going to use what's supported by the browser. We're going to need an app. We'll need a component, potentially multiple components. That component will have a model, a view, and a controller. We'll need some sort of router to be able to swap between components, and we will need some sort of API client. Let's write some code. So, yeah. Oh, what's that? Yeah. So just like the others, I'm starting off, I have my styles here. I have the same layout that you've seen twice now. And in this folder, I'm going to use a tool called Light Server, which is an auto-refreshing div server. There we go! Yeah, okay. So we have our basic app. Let's start off. So let's do this. So I'm gonna go off script. I've never done this before, but yeah. I'm gonna attempt to use ES 2015 import export syntax in the browser. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. So let's start here. So we want we're gonna pull in a script. Let's call this index.js. This is gonna be our entry point, and we're gonna say type equals module.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so now, this should work, I don't know. So we're gonna create an index.js, and so I'm gonna kind of do, I guess you call it like consume first development, like we're gonna write dream code, like we're gonna write code like we wish this thing actually exists, and then we'll go make that thing exist. So
9/11, right?
What? So what I wish existed was a class called app, because I want to create an app here. This is what we're doing, right? So I want that to exist, and on this app I want to pass it a selector, like ID app, because I want this app to live on ID app. Great. So let's make this work. So again, we're going off script. We're going to import app from lib/app.js. I don't know. Is this going to work? Let's try. So we need a folder. We're going to call it lib. We're going to create a file called app.js. And we need to export a class, right? So we imported app, and then we tried to create an instance of it, so we need app.js to export a class. So we're going to create a class called app. And right now it's just going to have a constructor. It takes in that selector, which we passed in, and then we're going to create an instance property. So we'll say like this.app element equals document.query selector, and then we'll pass in that selector. Cool. Let's just log hello world to see if this actually works. If it doesn't, we're gonna backtrack there. But this I think it should work, right? So index.html brings in index.js type module that imports app. Yeah, this is great. Well, let's see it happen. Oh, I didn't export it. It's working though. Yeah. So check it. The requested module does not provide an exported name default. So yeah, we just gotta export default app. Ooh, this is great. Okay, so export default app.
Yeah!
We're smooth sailing here. This is great. You know what this means? This means index.js is literally the only thing I need to import, and everything else is just gonna work. Okay. So let's think about what we want to do here. So we want app to be able to add components to it, right? So we'll say app.add component.
And we're going to give it an object. We're going to give it an object, and components have names, so let's call this dogs. And we're going to do this in style of MVC, model view controller. So if you think about the model, in Vue, it's called state in Vuex, but it's called data. In React, it's called state, but we're just going to call it the model, similar thing. And our model is an array of dogs. Very simple, right? It's also going to have a view. This is just going to be a function that takes in the model and returns an HTML string that uses the model inside of it. So let's just have like an H2. We'll say there are model.dogs.length dogs, right? So it should say there are 0 dogs because the array is empty. Cool. Now let's make this work. Before we try to create a router or anything, let's try to make it show up on the page. So what if I did app.show component and passed in dogs? Right? So add the component, show it, we should see there are 0 dogs on the page, right? So the first thing we need is add component. So in our app class, we need a function called add component. This takes in component. I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. Okay, right, okay. Add component takes in a component. And then the app needs to keep track of all of its components. So we're gonna do this.components. It's just gonna be an object where the keys are the names of the components and the values are the components themselves. So we'll say this.components at component.name equals component. Cool. So we got that working. That's add component. And now we want to be able to show a component. So what we'll do in show component, that takes in the name of a component, right? And let's also create an instance property that is current component. So I'll say, when you show a component, this.current component equals this.components at that given name. So we have current component, and now let's create a function that's called update view, right? So we set the component, we call update view, and update view will actually change the HTML inside of app element, right? So we have update view. And we'll do some checking. So we'll say if this.current component is a thing, then we'll say this.appElement.inner HTML equals this.current component.view. And remember, it's a function that returns an HTML string, but we do need to pass in the model. So we'll pass in this.current component.model. Cool. And so if we did everything right, we should see there are cannot set property inner HTML of null. Let's see what's happening. This.appElement document.query selector. Oh, there is no element on the page with ID app. We need to fix that. So we'll set main, and we'll give it an ID of app. Is this going to work?
Yes.
Yes? Yes! Okay. So there are 0 dogs. Great. This is awesome. Okay, so now we probably need some. I guess we'll hook up routing. Right. Let's get a router working. So I don't want to have to manually call show component. I want to be able to create a router, add some routes, and then based on the URL show that given component. So we'll say, what will we say? Let's just create a router. So new file router.js. This is going to be a class as well, class router. Let's not forget to export it. Export default router. It'll have a constructor. This constructor will take in an app, so that way it can call app.showComponent, right? So if we give it access to the app, when it sees the URL changing, it can show the component. So we'll say this.app equals app. Cool. And now let's create an instance of the router. So in here, we need to import that router. Look at us importing in the browser. This is great. Router.js. And then we need to create an instance of a router. So I'll say router equals new router. We'll pass in the instance of the app. Should be good there. Now we want to be able to add routes, right? So I want to say router.add route. And we'll give it the name of a component. So we want a route for the dogs component. And then we need to give it a path. So I am just going to be using the hash hash paths. So we'll do /hash/dogs, like that. So when the path is equal to that, show the dogs component. We will turn this into a regular expression though, because we want to match against all the various routes. So we'll say it must begin with that and it must end with that. So that's a regular expression. Cool. So now we need add route in our router. So say add route. We took in the name and path. And we should probably keep track of all the routes that we have. So we'll say this dot routes equals an array. And then when you add a route, we'll just push a route into that array. So this dot routes dot push will push an object that has that name and path. Cool. Doing good so far. But now we need to tap into when that URL changes. And we can do that in the browser with the event. So we're going to do window.add event listener hash change. So whenever the hash in the URL changes, this will call a function. So we'll say this dot hash change. And so we need a function hash change. Not that, hash change. When this function gets called, let's just log window.location.hash. So we should see anytime the hash changes, the hash should be logged to the console. And if we look at index.html, this is our header is already linking to /dogs. So we should be able to test it out. So if I click here, yes. So when the route changes, we see the URL. So now we need to find that route, right? So we have the regular expression. We need to search through it, match it against it, and if we find something, show that component. So let's do that. So inside of here, let's say route equals this dot routes dot find. We're going to get each individual route. Let's write it on multiple lines so it's a little bit legible. So we're going to say, well, actually, let's grab the hash from the location. So hash equals window.location. And then we'll say hash.match. That's a thing, right? Strings can match against a regular expression. I think it's a thing. And then we'll create a new regular expression with route.path. So we want to find the route where the hash matches that regular expression. And if it matches, we should get that route. Yeah? Yeah, okay. So nothing happens because the URL has to actually change, but one thing we can do is we can tap into DOM content loaded. So the moment the DOM is ready, let's go ahead and call hash change to do something based on the current URL. So we can basically do the same thing, but we'll just do it for DOM content loaded. So now when the page loads, it'll attempt to load a component. Cannot read property find of undefined. I will give a sticker to anyone who can tell me what is wrong with my code. You have 20 seconds.
What was that error? I missed that error.
There, cannot read property find of undefined. Marlena?
Is it a matter of what's running first? Is routes not defined by the time
No,
content
it definitely is. So we're defining routes here, and then we're listening for it.
Is it a binding problem?
It's a binding problem. So because DOM content loaded executes the hash change function in the context of the window. So this gets called and it's trying to say like window.routes. That doesn't exist. So we need to pre-bind the function so that when either of those functions are called, we have the right this. So we'll say this.hash change equals this.hash change bind this. So now when it gets called, it will know what this.routes are. Yes. Yeah. That was, you guys weren't very excited about that. And I'm okay. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm teaching, right? Hopefully that's how it's coming across. Okay. Cool. So we found the route. Now we need to show it. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna say if we found that route, we will say this.app.show component. This is my break timer. Let's take a stretch. Reach into the sky. Okay, so if you remember where we are, we just found the route. Now we want to show the component based on that route. So we're going to say show component, and we'll pass in route.name, and that should do it. Yeah, there we go. So, modes, it automatically shows the route. Awesome. So now let's get some API stuff going, right? So basically, instead of just this plain H2, we want to actually call the API, get the dogs, all that good stuff. So let's create a file called api.js. I'm not going to do this as a class. I'm just going to export an object with some functions on it, mainly because it doesn't have any internal state. So I want to do something like get dogs. This is an async function that does a fetch. So we'll say response await fetch on some URL, and then we'll just return response.json. And I have that URL right here. Like that. Cool. So we have our API with get dogs. Now in here, this is where the controller comes into play, because the controller is the thing that's going to reach out to the API. It's going to get the data. Then once it has the data, it'll update the model, and then the view will update. So this thing needs a controller, which takes in the model so that it can modify it. And here is where we will call the API. So let's import. Like, this is great. Importing with like no build tools, right? This is running directly in the browser. So let's import API from lib/API. And then in our controller, we can make this an async function, so that way we can call it. So we can say const dogs equals await api.getDogs. Cool. And then for now, we'll just log the dogs to make sure that we're getting them. And now we actually need to call that controller function. So that's going to be the job of the app. So when the app shows a component, call the controller function so that it can start doing its business. So in app.js, we'll say show component, we'll call update view, and let's do a checker. So we'll say if this .current component is a thing. I'm trying to think, do I want to update the view before or after I call the controller? I'll say before, it's fine. So if this .current component is a thing, then we'll say this .current component .controller. We're going to invoke it, and we're going to pass in its model. Yeah, so anytime we show a component, call the controller. So when we show the dogs component, that should call the controller, which will make the API request. 404 not found. Oh, I think you have to put .js. That's good to know. There it is. Yeah. Cool. So the component loads. We call the controller. It calls the API. We log it to the console. But now instead of just logging, we want to update the model, right? So we'll just say model.dogs equals dogs. But that won't actually update the view, right? Because it doesn't know that it changed. But if we say app.update view right here, should change. There are 10 dogs. But we don't want to have to call update view all the time. We want things to be magic, right? We just set properties, the view automatically updates. So for that, we're going to use proxies. So in our app, whenever we add a component, we're essentially going to tap into any time a property is set on the model. So anytime we set a property, we can automatically call update view. So when you add a component, I'm going to say component.model equals this.proxify component model. And then proxify is going to be a function that turns it into a proxy. So proxies are new in ES, well, not new, I mean, ES 2015, they came out. But they're super cool, and I'll show you how they work. So we're going to pass in the model, and then we want to return a new proxy. Proxy first gets a target, so what are we going to watch for changes? And you cannot, it's not only for watching for changes, you can also detect any time a property is retrieved or intercept function calls. You basically are in control of what's happening to this target. Our target in this case is the model, and then we can pass it a set of handlers. There are many different handlers. The one that we care about is set. So whenever a property is set on the model, we want to call this function. And then here we will get access to the target itself, the name of the property that's changing, and then the value that it's being set to. And I'm going to make this an arrow function so we don't run into binding issues like we did earlier. But essentially, this function gets called every time we try to set a property. But poor man's Redux logging tools, like any time we change a property, we can log it to the console. So we'll say changing property from, and the current value will be target at value, target at property, changing from that to that new value, right? This thing should return true anytime it updates the value, and then you actually need to update the value. So we actually need to say target at property equals value. Cool. So we should see in the console, changing dogs from empty array to an array of 10 items. Yeah, sick. So now, all we gotta do is update the view, right? So we'll say this.update view, and yes, sweet. Yeah, this is pretty much the app. I mean, so now we just gotta add the templates and stuff, but we're home free from here. So that's the same template that you've seen multiple times, right? We're just gonna turn this into a template string, and then pass in the dog, and it'll render it out. So in our index, I mean, technically, I could split this into multiple files. This is beautiful. Like, one day, we will not need build tools, right? We can just write the app.
We're packed!
So let's create a function called template, dog template. This takes in the dog, and it returns a template string that is all of this stuff. So it's going to be a link that links to dog/ID. It has the name, the URL, the name, the description. Cool. And now in our dogs component, we essentially just want to iterate over dogs and create a bunch of those. So we'll have a list. It'll have a class of dogs. And then we need a list item with the dog template for any given dog. But essentially, this piece right here, we need to repeat for every single dog in the dogs array. So for that, we'll just use a map. So inside of this template string, we'll say model.dogs.map. And we want each individual dog. From that, we are going to create a template string that is a list item that puts the dog template inside of the list item, and then this whole array, we just want to join it together on the empty string. Cool. You guys seem excited. That's a good thing. Okay, so we're basically the code writes itself, right? So now, when we click on a dog, we want to show that individual dog. We can see the URL is updating, but there isn't a component registered for the single dog route. So let's do that. So we need another route. Well, actually, let's create the dog component, which is actually going to be very similar, right? So let's just copy paste this. It's a dog. It's not an array. It's an object. Its template is literally just the dog template. So we'll just do that, model.dog. And then it needs to call a function.
43 dogs.
Give your model.
43.
Thank you.
43 dogs.
You guys are looking out. Cool. So yeah, same idea, but now it's just a single item. So name is dog. It has a dog. Ultimately, the view is just one single dog template with that dog. We need to call get dog. We need to pass it an ID. We don't have those params just yet, so let's default it to 0. And then we'll say model.dog equals dog. Now we need a get dog function. So again, it's very similar. Get dog, pass in the ID. And we could turn this into a template string. We could concatenate it. Let's turn it into a template string. Template / ID. And that should give us one dog. Cool. Last thing we need is the actual route, which will show that one dog. So we're going to add a route for dog. This gets a little more complicated. So this is going to be / and then we want to match any number 0 through 9 and one or more occurrences of that. So this is a regular expression that matches the ID on the end of the URL. And this should work. Yeah, look at that, we got a dog. So the thing that's missing right now though is we've hard coded the ID 0, right? So any dog we click on, we're just going to get Iago, which is not a bad thing, but we do want our app to actually work. Let's get some params going. So in the router, once we've found a matched route, we can essentially execute that regular expression against the hash to pluck out a value. So because I wrote this regular expression like this, the parentheses is a matching value, so it's going to give me that number. So let's do that. So we'll say params equals hash.exec. Is that a thing?
That's a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get the two confused. Like, when do I use match or when do I use exec? But I think that this will do it. So execute this regular expression with the found route path on the hash. And that should
Exec
give...
gives you the matches. I think match just tells you true or false.
Okay, good call, good call. So if we log that, we should get the matches. So hash.exec is not a function. Maybe I think I need to reverse this. Execute it on the hash.
Yes.
There we go. So this is what we get back. It's kind of ugly, but it does, as you can see, it plucks off the number 3, and so we can use that. So essentially, we'll just say this dot params equals params. So right now we're inside of the router. So we put the params on the router, and then we can use those params right here. So we'll just say router dot params at 1, and we get dog with ID 3. Yeah. So yeah, it works. Yoda. This is it. I'm excited about this import-export syntax. That is fantastic. Yeah, and I don't know if you read the meetup description. I did say I was going to use web components, but like I coded it with that, and it seemed more cumbersome than coding it this way. I don't know. This was fun. I think I have some closing words. I had a bunch of GIFs. Those were cool. Oh yeah. So a review. What just happened here? We created an app, right? This is our whole application. We had 2 different components. We had the dog component and the dogs component. They both had a model, a view, and a controller. I guess just to take a step back, like this controller, if you think about it in React, this is kind of like component did mount. It's like a lifecycle hook, right? And the view is kind of like our render function. It returns some HTML based on the model. Model is like state. Yeah, I mean, you can call it those things, you can call them other things, but yeah. We made a router. The key thing about the router was tapping into that hash change. So when the URL changes, we could do something based on that. And we had some simple API calls. The app it might have had more functions than that, but add component, show component, update view. Our component, we saw that. Yes. In conclusion, should you do this in production?
Yes.
No. So this is fun, and frameworks exist for a reason. So a lot of coding hours and expertise go into making like really full-fledged things that you can build production applications with. And I didn't have any tests. Test frameworks are tested like crazy. They come built in with tests. You have all kinds of community. So frameworks exist for a reason. You shouldn't build all apps this way. But should you do this for fun? And I say yes, absolutely. Ultimately, I always try to answer this question. Like anytime you import a module or you do npm install, try to think to yourself, like, how would you write that thing? Like, right, you're calling a function. Somebody had to write that code, right? So that's how I often like to think. And typically, like, I just go source diving. Like, who here has looked at the React source code? There should be more hands. Who here has looked at the Vue source code? Right? It's not a scary thing. It's just JavaScript. So I think that's why I did this, is to inspire you to build stuff. There is this repo. This is actually from when I did the same app 2 years ago, but without the import-export, so I'll definitely upload that. Thank you very much.
I still have a little bit more lunch to eat, so I'm going to play one more short video for you. Hopefully you enjoyed that. I will admit, the crowd does get kind of annoying at times. But I just imagine that like if Twitch chat was in real life, that's how you all would sound while watching me code. Let's find another video though. We'll do a shorter one. This one, free online resources to learn to code. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. I'm going to answer this question that I get a lot. And Revive Newt has asked it. Hello, Revive Newt. Revive Newt says, what resources do you recommend to self-teach coding? And I'm basically going to tell you all the things that I know are decent. But the thing is, we live in a world where there are so many free resources on the web for learning to code. The things that I mention, you might not like them, but feel free to find other ones. I'm just going to show you the ones where if you have nowhere to start, you don't know where to go, I'm going to show you what you should look at. And I will also mention that this is in reference to, for the most part, web development. I do think that JavaScript, HTML, CSS are really good programming languages to start with. Of course, you can start with other things, but I do like the idea of starting with web development just because it's so easy to get up and going, and you could build a website right now if you really wanted to. Whereas other things take a lot of setup. But regardless, the first recommendation is Free Code Camp. So if you go to freecodecamp.org, this is a totally free curriculum that has lessons on learning about HTML and CSS in the responsive web design category. You can learn about the basics of programming with JavaScript in the JavaScript algorithms and data structures category. And what's really cool about Free Code Camp is it's a project-based learning. So you will create projects, and some of the projects you create can be for nonprofit organizations, which is pretty cool. But one thing I like about Free Code Camp is if you have no idea where to start, you can go into one of these certifications, and you can basically just see a breakdown of all the things that this certification covers. So even if you don't use Free Code Camp to learn directly, the curriculums alone are just a really good roadmap of what you should learn and sort of in what order you should learn it. But what I'll recommend is pretty much every resource I show you, you should check out all of these resources and pick the ones that works best for you. But yeah, HTML and CSS, JavaScript, front-end libraries like React, and CSS frameworks like Bootstrap. So Free Code Camp is great. Another one to check out is the Odin project, and this is very similar. It's basically a free online curriculum. I believe the Odin project, like let's look at full stack JavaScript, and let's look at Web Development 101. Yeah, I think the thing about the Odin project is it's mainly just lessons, right? So with Free Code Camp, you actually are doing the lessons inside of the website itself. So if you go to the lesson, it has a prompt on the left, you write your code here, and then it tells you whether or not you pass that particular question. The Odin project is just articles that describe things so that you can learn and give you exercises to do, which I think is really good because it forces you to get out of the web browser and start to code things like a real developer in that you're using potentially the terminal, you're using an editor, that kind of stuff. So, but again, the Odin project is another one of those things where if you have no idea where to start, just looking at their curriculum will give you a good idea of what you need to learn and where you need to learn it. So these are in the category of more structured things. I'll also show you a really good resource, which is MDN, the Mozilla Developer Network. This is like the de facto documentation for how to do things on the web. But they also actually have a section on learning web development, and they have tutorials. So not only is it a reference where you can actually look up how things work, like in the browser and stuff like that, you can actually find a guided tutorial and different things like that as well. So you can check these out. And then let's move on to this other thing, Khan Academy. So Khan Academy is also very similar to Free Code Camp in that the exercises you do are on the website itself. And Khan Academy is great. They have more than just programming. Go away. They have a ton of different things, but they also have this computer programming course. And again, this is another one of those things that just kind of breaks it down, right? It tells you what order you should learn things in, and it's a good resource. All right, that's it for like prescribed curriculums. Now I'm just going to show you a bunch of resources that will help you in your learning journey. And thank you very much, David Snyder, for the 10 bits. Thank you very much. The first one is Daniel Schiffman of the Coding Train. So on YouTube, if you just search for Coding Train, you'll find a ton of super interactive and extremely informational videos. Thank you for the 10 bits, David. Much appreciated. And especially if you're completely and totally new to programming, this code playlist is what you're looking for. Like this code playlist takes you from knowing absolutely nothing about programming to building cool interactive visualizations and small games. So definitely check out this code playlist. And then just in general, take a look at the Coding Trains channel because he does live streams like I do, and you can tune in and learn a bunch of stuff. He especially does things like machine learning and artificial intelligence and all kinds of really cool stuff. My next recommendation is just search YouTube. There is so many resources and so much content on YouTube. I mean, of course, you could look at my channel, but if you just search learn web development, let's see what channels pop up. And thank you very much, Nandos, for the 100 bits. My overlay is broken right now. My emote parsing is broken, but I thank you for the 100 bits. And look at this. So the Coder, a great YouTube channel. You should definitely check her out. Let's see who else. Web Dev Simplified, that's a great channel. Traversy Media is great. Stefan just has a bunch of great life advice. Code Academy has a YouTube channel. There's Dev Ed. There's Academind. I mean, pretty much any of these top results, you can just go into that YouTube channel and you're going to find a ton of really great resources on how to learn how to code. So definitely use YouTube. And then another thing I'll mention is just in terms of practicing coding, Code Wars is a really great website. So Code Wars are user-submitted coding problems that you can just practice. So one of the things about learning to code is it's not just like you just learn XYZ and then you're done. You basically have to keep practicing. And I practice every single day. I'm constantly learning and growing. And so if you want to get good at it and you want to stay good at it, you have to constantly learn and grow as well. And so Code Wars is a great website for practicing all of the things that you've learned in isolation with small coding problems. This is my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, and I realize this is actually like way longer than I thought this video was going to be, but these are great resources. So check out Code Wars. There are a lot of other websites like this, and I recommend to try all of those. There's things like Leet Code, Coding Game, a lot of different things like that. And then the last thing I'll mention is this course called CS50, and this is kind of in the category of free online college courses. So there are a bunch of very prestigious universities that actually put their course content online for free that you can learn from. And CS50 is a course that's offered by Harvard. But you can go in, you can check out the syllabus for this class. You can look at you can actually watch videos from each of the lessons. You can see all of the exercises. And this is the exact same content that a student at Harvard would have seen. And so there are other ones out there. I mean, there are courses from Stanford and MIT. If you just search for like free college courses, you can find resources for that as well. Yeah, so all of these things are great for self-learning. There's a million more. The internet is just full of things. Ralph says don't use all of them at the same time. I would recommend you find one that works for you and then try to just stick with it. But after you've learned the basics, then I think it is good to jump around. And I mean, in reference to like YouTube channels, every instructor teaches in a different way. So you'll potentially learn something different, even if they're talking about the same topic. So I recommend jump around, learn things, all that good stuff. Yeah, so that's it for that. Hopefully these resources are helpful to you. I'll link all of them in the description of the video, and leave a comment. Let us know what resources are helpful for you. See you later. Say bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Wave. Hello, and Nookie Foo. Thank you very much for the Prime. Hello. I'm back. I have food. In my system. I mean, I am I think recharged, ready to write some more code. Here's this video if you all wanted to watch it externally. Yeah, thanks for the 22 months, Nikki Poo. That's crazy. Did I miss any? Fane Manter. Thank you for that Prime. I think I missed that. Appreciate you. Okay, here comes my face in a moment. Hi. Thanks for managing the topic overlay, Andrew. Code Wars uses Bootsnip for badges. What is what badges do they have? I've never seen them. What? What? Yeah. All right. And welcome in 7 centimeters of heaven. I added the word of. It's not in your username, but welcome. You tuned in while it was a video. Yeah. All right, so yeah, now we're back to it, and basically what we're about to do and the code we're about to write is to update this overlay right here. So this overlay allows you to set your team. You can basically set a badge next to your name. Oh yeah, and I need to add to the list really quick. Our dropped game broke with our recent emote updates. Fix drop game after emote parsing update . I guess the other thing is now emotes should say where they're from. So if I highlight over that, yeah, you can see it's 7TV mod check. And if I highlight over this, it'll say should anyway. Yeah, Twitch coding content, BTTV people. Hey, so we just added that. We can hover over emotes and it tells us where they came from. So there's that. But what we're about to do is add the ability to use more icons than what we currently have. So right now you can set your icon or your team in the overlay by picking something from Font Awesome. So it has to be in the free tier under solid or brands. And you can choose anything from here, and then you can set it next to your name. So in this case, !team view or !team. What is that? What is that? Poo Storm. Is that what? I think you mentioned that earlier. Okay, Poo Storm. So you can pick anything from there and set it as your team. And thank you, Alan, for the 20 months. Alan. Okay, so there were some suggestions for where we could get other icons from. There was one for simple icons. I had never used or seen simple icons before. Alan. But this looks awesome. They have a ton, and I think they have pretty much everything we need. So someone just mentioned some tech or something. So one of the other things we want to do is allow people to set like their tech stack. So you could say React with Express and MongoDB or something like that. So in just a second, KQ, thank you for the Prime. I'm curious why it didn't show up on my overlay, but I appreciate you. Thanks for the Prime. Let's see, do they have Strappy? That's what I'm curious of. They have Strappy. Do they have Electron? They have Electron. Do they have Neutralino? They don't have Neutralino. This might be the way to go. Oh, you heard a droplet? Okay, I guess I didn't hear it. They definitely have Go. They have to. Like Golang. Goland? Gopher. Go? Yeah, they have Svelte. And honestly, Svelte is probably the most requested icon. They have Fedora. Yep. Tailwind. They have Tailwind. TRPC is pretty new, and they have it. Wow, I guess it's not that new, but I only heard about it recently. Prisma. They have everything. We're gonna use this library. So we're gonna make it so that you can choose any icon name from this page. Ooh, it's blinding. And then set these as your icon as well. We'll get that working first, and then probably in a future stream we'll allow you to do like the full tech stack. But for now, you'll at least be able to choose something from this list. Okay. Let's just go. That's not Golang, or is it? Is that the Golang icon? Maybe it is. It is. Yeah, it is. It reminded me of, what's that, like, Wi-Fi hotspot provider? It reminded me of that, whoever they are. I don't know. The gopher, I believe, is the mascot. And they definitely probably have Rust. Yeah, this is awesome. And then they have a GitHub. So I'm sure that, like, if they don't have something that we want them to add, you could open an issue. Yeah, like there's all these requests right now. So, okay, let's add it. First of all, how do we do it? So they basically provide these as SVGs. Oh, do they have TMI? No. But I think what we want to do after, first of all, you should make a pull request, Alka. But what we should do is we should make our own repo where people can submit icons that they want to be able to use. And then once they get approved, they'll be usable in the overlay. But that's something that we have control over. So we could be quicker to like merge pull requests. They even have Ableton. That's awesome. I guess the issue is some of them do have a space in their name. Is it on there as TMI? Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, the icon is literally the letters TMI. Cool. Let's look at their GitHub. I don't know if like the best way to go about this. Because I might just install it as a dependency. And hello, Pagi, welcome in. Might install it as a dependency, so I just have access to all of the icons as SVG, and then I can just import and reference them. There you go, Alka. TMI. And then, I guess, do they have like a JavaScript library? Oh, you can use it from a CDN. Okay. Icons can be served from a CDN. Simply use the simple icons npm package and specify a version in the URL. This is kind of what I want to do. So that way we don't have to have it as a dependency. I can literally just link to the URL. Though, if their library provides a way of checking if a given icon name exists, that would be useful. I don't think I have that CDN whitelisted, Alka. So they do have a simple icons object. Yeah, and that's kind of what I want to do is I actually need to get the slug. And do they show the slug on here? Did that copy it? No, that literally copies the SVG. So we might even need to create a web page that has all of the slugs on it. Oh, they give you the fill color. Wow. Okay, so we'll probably install the the library as a dependency, because that way we can get the color from it, all that good stuff. Okay. Does anyone see a way, or do you see the slug on this search page itself? Because the slug is what we're going to want to use. There is a view package. How does it work? Yeah, if you click them, it actually just copies the SVG source. So if I click that, then I just get an SVG. Yeah. That break is a take your hands off the keyboard for 10 seconds break. Welcome in, Hijack the Engineer. That happens every 10 minutes. It just reminds you, take your hands off the keyboard. And then in 48 minutes, we will have a 5-minute break. The download icon shows the slug. I see. It's not that user-friendly, though. Just trying to think the best way to go about this, because people will want to set their thing, and like let's say they choose an icon that has a space in it. they'd have to hover over it, see that it's Ableton Live with no spaces in it, and then, yeah. Yeah, but technically the SVG name has the slug inside of it, so Adobe XD all lowercase. Okay, but I guess here's the other thing. I could potentially create an API endpoint on my Coding Garden API that returns the list of these and then just have a page that lists all of them. Because then you could search across these, you could search across Font Awesome brands and solid icons. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Because when someone runs the command team, I want them to specify the slug. I want them to do like this. I mean, I could allow spaces and then try to turn it into a slug, but I mean, I guess if you specified the name, I could match against the title, but let's see. Actually, this could work. Thank you, Bajosi. We could link here. You can't see an interactive preview of them, but if you're picking a brand, you already know what that icon looks like. But I do like the idea of one search to rule them all. Okay, so what I'm going to do is install simple icons in my backend. And then go from there. I believe that page is a full list. Here. Oh yeah, and so if you want to set your pronouns and stuff, I'll show you how to do that now. So first of all, if you want to set your flag, you can do !flag followed by your 2-character country code. And then for pronouns, you can choose from this list and then type pronoun with something from that list. So my pronouns are he, him. Cool, cool. All right, so that package installed. Let's open this up. And we'll go to where brands and teams are parsed. Yeah, so you can see the weird hacky thing we're doing right now. Essentially, brand names is one string with every possible icon name from Font Awesome. And then we just split it on a comma. So we basically need to create something similar and then add it to brands. And I guess brands is a set that has the names inside of it. I kind of want to just do it all in this file. So I think I will. Maybe I'll rename the file from get brands. So if we look in their docs, we can require it in. Come on, American 2050. Calm down. You've been here a long time. You know not to mess with me like that. Okay. I'm curious if we can just require in, like, does this have an index? Andrew, you're a mod. You know better. You know better. Okay. Node modules. Let's look at simple icons. And then they have an icons directory. Do they have... No, these are just SVGs. Yeah, I've thought about it, the Ghastly Raven, because that's on the list of to-dos right now as well. Is basically people want to be able to preview what badges they have set and everything without having to send a message in the Twitch chat. So I've thought about it. The issue is, I don't want to have a page with like login. I mean, it's possible. I could do it, but once I start creating like a login page and stuff like that, things get tricky because people like to try and hack my stuff, and so if I don't do it right, we could leak auth tokens or various things like that. I don't want to even run the risk of that. So yeah. Oh, it's importing this file, icons.js, and then hey, what's up, Chad? Welcome in. I don't think they export everything though. Deprecation warning. The simple icons entry point will be removed in the next major release. Please switch to using import star as icons from that if you need an object with all the icons. How do I do import star in node.js? Yeah, and I need to update my title. Welcome in, Zeesh. We're working on my chat overlay. And we are going to allow you to specify dev icons next to your name. Because right now we're using Font Awesome, and it only has a few icons like React and Vue and some others, but we just added this simple icons library, and it has a ton more. So yeah. There's a title to slug function. Can I import from utils? The thing is, from the npm install, we have icons, we have index, and then data has simple icons.json. That is what I need. This is all I need. I can just literally require in this JSON file. And it has, well, no, it has the title and the hex color. It does not have the slug. That's unfortunate. I mean, I could literally no, I don't want to read that in. Oh, it might be the MJS. No, that's the module.js one. Let's see. Let's see what happens if I require in this entire icons thing. Icons. All right, give me a second. This is going to be something that we actually do test out before I push it up to production. Sick. It's an object. It is an object with a bunch of things in it, but I could do object dot values, I believe. I'll show you in just a second. Let me make sure it works. Yeah, that's the winner. That's the ticket. Okay, so I can import this, which is fine. And I mean, I technically could do the import star syntax, but I'm in Node, and this isn't a module file, so I don't want to have to worry about that. Let's take a quick stretch. Oh yeah, I think it happened during last stream. We hit 50,000 followers, which is crazy. That's a whole lot of followers. Thank you all for following and being part of the community. It's crazy to think about, and it's so this is something I've been thinking about because more recently, like, so there was a point like in early 2020 where Coding Garden was growing like really fast in terms of like YouTube subs and Twitch followers and everything else. But then I stopped streaming 4 days a week. I went back to just 1 day a week. And with the 1 day a week streams, there's like a steady group of people that pretty much tuned in all the time. But because it was only 1 day a week, not everyone could tune in on that day. So the amount of people watching started to drop. I mean, the amount of active people in the community started to drop. And I think part of the issue is a lot of those people that followed or joined early on don't even watch Twitch anymore. Like, they're not even here anymore. There's a whole new group of people here on Twitch that have to find me and all that. But yeah, regardless, 50K. That's a lot. Okay, so if I do object.values, that gives me each of the icons as a nice little object. We get the title and the slug. So, let's see everywhere I use this get brands function. Commands.service. Oh, okay, so whenever you attempt to set your team, the command service is making sure that it's a valid team. Update user's team country. What does this do? Oh, this was a one-time script. This was a one-time script because things got outdated, so we actually don't even have to worry about that. Okay, so really, this is the only place that the function is actually called. And I'm looking into that because I want to export multiple things. And I want to call this, I'm going to rename it from get brands to get icons. Cool. So now it's called get icons. And then save that file over here. It updated the import, but now I want to destructure it. And then over here, we're going to export an object that has get brands and get really, this should be called get font awesome, honestly. And then we'll call this get simple icons. Did I spell awesome right? Awesome, or you all are just saying awesome? Awesome. So now I want another function, get simple icons. Like that. And this is where we will do something with this. Awesome. Awesome. And then now, over here in the command service, we actually want to extract get brands. I'm going to rename it to get font awesome. Well, did that replace all occurrences? Didn't. Okay. Let's rename this variable to font awesome. Cool. Else if I'm gonna code in reverse. So right here I could do if simple icons has this team. Actually, I could just do an or. And then now we say get simple icons from here. And then where were we? Right here. Simple icons is this. So if it exists in either, set it as that person's team. It would be nice, I guess, if we were actually setting a property like this, their team is font awesome or their team is simple icons. but I don't think I will, because the front end can figure that out without needing the back end to set it. I believe this whole thing is wrapped in a try catch, or whoever calls this code. Yeah, whoever calls this code is wrapped in a try catch. This is actually a Feathers.js service method. So if any of these promises throw an exception, it'll automatically do an error response. Okay, so code over here is good to go. Now let's make this actually work. And let's rename this to Font Awesome. And then we'll say simple icons. We'll call this all icons. No, icons is fine. And welcome in, Mr. Cubics. Thanks for being here. Okay, so we're going to grab all of the icons from here. We'll do a similar thing. So if simple icons have already been set, just use those. I'm curious why I coded it this way. I technically could just create the set when the thing spins up. Why don't I do that? Yeah, I mean, I could do this. I could actually just say, font awesome is this. Rename this to font awesome names. And then I don't even need a get font awesome. I literally can just export font awesome. Don't touch it if it works. No, I mean, this is fine. This is an easy refactor. I can be fairly confident that I'm not going to break things here. Cool. We'll get there. So we want object.values of icons. And we want to turn that into a set that just has the slug. So we get each individual icon. We return this set that we're setting up here, and we'll say all dot add icon dot slug. Nice, nice. And then we'll just export this. And then over here, we don't need to do this anymore. We can just import them in. Cool. So I'm in node.js right now in this code. And I mean, I am using newer features, like set was introduced in ES 2015. I'm using const, but node.js, without specifically saying that I'm using a module, has to use require. It doesn't use import exports. And what's up, Flutter? Welcome in. Is it being deduped? No, no. So essentially, wait, where? I actually need to make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah, and then I guess this actually just becomes an else if. It's not being deduped, and on the front end, I'll decide on whether font awesome or simple icons takes precedence. So if the icon exists in both, I'll probably choose the one from simple icons. Cool. So seems fine, and then I think on the front end, I'll be able to get the color, because I'm going to install this as a dependency on the front end as well, because that way I'll be able to grab the color based on the slug that it was set to. Cool. While we're here, let's set up a new API endpoint, so that way we could create a page that lists the icons. So I'm in Feathers.js. Feathers works on this concept of services. Services essentially abstract how you interact with, let's say, a web API or a database or the file system. And so each one of these services may or may not be querying a database directly. Like the Twitch services, I have a chat service and a reward service and a sub service, but the chat service is in charge of taking in every single message that's been created, and also categorizing those, like detecting if it's a command, and if it's a command, I think it delegates to the command service to insert into a separate commands collection. But then Vox, which is a tool I use so that people can ask questions. Here. This is actually just a view into the commands database. So the Vox Feathers service doesn't have its own database table. It actually is just querying the command service for any command that starts with any one of these commands. All of that to say, I'm going to create a new service. So I'm going to create a service called icons. And then we'll create the icons service. And this just has to export a class. I think I can see an example of a fairly simple one. Let's see how I'm doing Vox. Yeah, you can see the Vox Populi service is literally just a class, and then it will implement various methods. If it implements find, that automatically maps to a get request for this service. If it implements create, that automatically maps to a post request. So I just need to create a class over here for the icons. So call it class icons service. It just needs to implement a find function, and that, whatever it returns, now becomes a JSON route. I'm not using TypeScript just because I wrote this a long time ago, and yeah, why not TypeScript? Why TypeScript? I wrote this a long time ago, and TypeScript requires a lot more thought because you have to create types, you have to resolve your type errors before your code will even work, and a lot of this I just coded really fast without worrying about type safety or anything like that. I probably should refactor it to use something like TypeScript, but right now it's not. It's old code. But also, if you've been watching me coding, I am coding with no guardrails right now, like no safety at all. I'm just writing this code, assuming it's going to work. And I mean, if you've been watching from the beginning of the stream, I've actually deployed to production twice this stream, and it didn't break. So maybe I just got lucky, but regardless, if I were to write this again today, I would use TypeScript. When I started it, I wasn't using TypeScript. Okay, so this just needs to import in Font Awesome, and what was the other one? Simple icons. We're just going to require it. If you think TypeScript is painful, you're using it wrong. I would disagree, right? So, like, I'm not saying it's not helpful, and I'm not saying it doesn't make your code base better, because it does. At the end of the day, once you've figured out all of your type errors and everything else, your code is going to run in more scenarios than you may have thought of if you didn't have type safety. But figuring out what types to use, writing your own types, all of that takes time, and that is painful, I think. Like, the time it takes to do that is painful. Okay, where are we going? Lib. Get icons. Cool. And so what I actually could do, so Font Awesome and Simple Icons are both a set, and Find just needs to return, let's say, an object that has Font Awesome and Simple Icons inside of it. Cool. Who prefers quality over speed? Like I said, if you're in like a code base that has multiple people working on it, or it's for a company, like, it makes sense to use something like TypeScript. that's just my opinion. You might love it. And the thing is, so I come from a C# background. My first professional job, I was writing a whole lot of C# code, and it's statically typed. I mean, C# is a better TypeScript. If I had to choose, honestly, I would write an app using C#. I wouldn't write it with TypeScript. You have your type safety and everything's really strict, and you get a lot of really good editor support because of all of the types and everything built into it. But when you want to start doing more dynamic things, it gets more cumbersome. And so I later on learned about JavaScript, and later on something called node.js got introduced, and I was like, this is great. I'm free. I don't have to worry about types anymore. So like I went the other direction. Basically, I had so much type safety in my life, it was too much, and now JavaScript is freeing. Whereas there are a lot of people that start with JavaScript and they want the guardrails. They're like, this is too much freedom. I want to have type safety, and I understand that. But here we are. Cool. So looking at this code, it's not very complex. It's literally a class that has a find method that returns an object with two properties, font awesome and simple icons. These two things are a set. And actually, I mean, if we're making the case for JavaScript, VS Code is smart enough to do some type inference here. So like, even though I'm not in TypeScript, it knows that I defined this as a set and I defined this as a set. So when I import it elsewhere, I technically do get some type completion, but regardless. Okay, but yeah, it's super simple. It's a class, it has a find method, and it returns an object here. Now I want to register that service so that it actually can become a RESTful endpoint. So I can do that over here where I'm registering all of these other services. And so now I'm going to register the icons service. And this is in the icons directory, the icon service, great. And this is going to be a public service. So it's going to be very similar to, let's see. Yeah. It's going to be very similar to Vox. So I don't know how long you've been watching, but I was talking about Vox, which is this thing here. Whenever you load this page, that calls the Vox Populi service, which calls that find method, which does a DB query on the commands collection. But anyone can go to this web page, so anyone has access to it. This is going to be a very similar thing. We're just going to call this icons. And we'll say a new icon service. And it will literally have no hooks. So hooks are a way, they're kind of like middlewares. So you can say before the create method is called, run this middleware to verify some things, or before the patch method is called, run this middleware. You'll see that my icon service literally just has a find method. So if someone tried to do a create, a post, or a delete, or a patch, it would just error out because this service does not have those methods. So I don't even need to lock them down. Basically, I can just say, I want a service at this endpoint. And that should be it. Now, if I start up the backend, it crashed because I tried to do an export default. Let me fix that. Should just be module.exports. Will I announce this public service? Yeah. So I'll show you how to get there. And once I deploy it, it should be accessible. Cool. So it started up. And then what port am I running on? 2020. If I go to, is it API v1? Oh no. It might literally just be icons. We'll figure it out. It might just be API. I can look in how the whole thing is set up to see how I register this. So use services. Oh no, is it literally? I thought it was just /icons. What a helpful error. I mean, if there's any worse error, it would be in here. Yeah, so they're just not found errors. Well, this is a 500 error. Regardless, I need to make sure that I'm calling these endpoints correctly. Actually should be it. If you give me a second, I'm gonna look. Actually, I can just see in my front end code how I called the backend. Yeah, it should be just slash icons, but let me see what I'm doing wrong here. Let's open this up. So this is the main client project. So this project is the one that handles this overlay over here, and then a couple of the overlays on my screen, and they all are talking to this same backend. And this is using TypeScript. And then do I create like a services? Yeah, I do have a services. It should just be slash icon. Maybe it's icons. What did I call it? I called it icons. What did I try to request? Icons. We get a 500 error. Something went wrong. I'm going to use Insomnia to debug this because Feathers automatically detects and does, what's it called, like MIME type negotiation. So because I was making the request from a browser, it gives back an HTML response. But if I make a request from here, it should give us back like a JSON response. Service method find for icons must return a promise. Beautiful. That's the error that I need to fix. So this just needs to be an async function like that. All right, and now, boom, we get it back, but they're empty. I thought there would be like a built-in turn a set into an array, but I guess not. So let's just do this. Turn that set into an array. Turn that set into an array. Boom, yeah. So now we have a nice little API endpoint that returns two little arrays that have a whole bunch of values inside of them. And so what we're going to do next is create a front end that makes a request to this page and then gives you a preview of all of the possible icons that you could set or use. Cool. Yeah, I figured it out. Yeah, I know how to code. But if you're new to Feathers, this is a really cool concept, right? The fact that you can you define a class, you write some methods, and then those automatically get mapped to HTTP methods. You could also write I think it's just called get, and that would be get one by ID, which is great. But this is like the simplest possible service that you could create with Feathers. One of the cool things you can do with Feathers, and right now I'm just an advertisement for Feathers.js right now. But they have these built-in database adapters where you basically can just point a service at a database table and you instantly get full CRUD. So if you look at the various adapters that they have, so you could use connects or SQLize or objection or Cassandra, and then essentially the maintainers of those adapters have created a service like this, but they've actually done the hard work and written the database querying code in each of these. But that means you can just extend the service, point it at a database table, and then you get instant CRUD. But you also can do custom stuff like this. Okay, is there anything else I want to include in this endpoint? Oh, is there not a Feathers badge? Not even on simple icons? No! So this is why we're going to create our own repo of icons. Yeah, and that's so Praise the Frogs has like one of the main reasons I like Feathers is that it's a fine balance between somewhat opinionated and a bunch of stuff built in, and you can also just do whatever the heck you want, which is what I like. And actually, like if you look at my folder structure and how I organize things, this is way different than how any of the like the feathers generators do things, because typically like I like the folder by feature structure, where I have the YouTube folder, but then it has various things in it. And I mean, this isn't the best example because usually I'll also have like a model file and a service file and also like a hooks file, but each one is in their own respective directory. I haven't tried Nest, and I don't think I will. It's too opinionated. Yeah, it's too opinionated. And the thing is, it's opinionated, and then it also doesn't have stuff built in. Like, from what I saw from their documentation, I couldn't find any, like, pre-made adapters or whatever else. It kind of wants you to do all of the querying code yourself. Mr. CatCat has a good question. How is Express different from Feathers? They are not... Feathers uses Express as a transport. So that's one of the concepts in Feathers is you can basically take a class and define it like this. So it's a nice generic thing. Like in no way are we saying response.json or anything like that. So you define it like this. And then behind the scenes, it turns this into a RESTful endpoint, in this case, using Express. But one of the goals of the project is eventually... you don't have to use Express. You'll be able to use Koa or Fastify. And that essentially is just your transport to turn this service into a RESTful API. But that's the other thing about Feathers that you get for free, essentially, is now that I've defined my service this way, you also get real-time for free. So you define your service like this, but now it's a RESTful endpoint, and it's a socket.io thing, which is how this is working, because this is getting socket.io messages of recently created messages. Yeah, and CoolPants has a question. Where would I recommend a React app save a token, local storage, or cookies? This is a loaded question. Is this your first question in my chat? Who are you? Where'd you come from? Are you trying to start things? Oh, you've been here a lot. Okay. No, so it really varies. So the thing is, pretty often, JSON Web Tokens have potentially a lot of stuff in them. They shouldn't have anything secure or secret in them. They should really only have like an ID, maybe a user profile image, but even that is going to have more data inside of it. And the thing about a token is typically it's included in every single request to the server. So the bigger your token, the more data you're sending. And cookies have a limit. So depending on how big your token is, you may not be able to fit it into a cookie. So you might have to use local storage depending on what's in your token. So I don't have a recommendation for you because it really depends on what you're doing and also like your backend structure and architecture. Yeah, so the both of these questions kind of fall in the same thing. So Feathers could use Fastify as a transport, and it uses Express as a transport. I believe in the next version of Feathers, you're going to be able to swap in your transports. And I was looking at the Feathers GitHub last night. They're doing work. They have a support issue going so that they can support Dino and Cloudflare workers. So the next version of Feathers is going to run everywhere. Feathers is the next big thing that's actually been around for a while. It's going to blow up. It's going to blow up. Like once they support that and all of these other transports and stuff. Yeah. I just realized that I don't know much about frameworks, and that scares me. It depends. Yeah, Feathers is an open source package. I believe it's MIT licensed. Yeah, and I mean, I think here's the other thing, and thank you for saying that, Parable. AWS Cognito is huge. Like it's used in a ton of like enterprise apps, and I mean people depend on it, and it uses local storage. So all the people arguing that like you shouldn't store a token in local storage, there's a right way to do it, and one of the biggest auth providers in the world is using JSON Web Tokens and local storage. So it's kind of hard to argue against that. I mean, obviously there are reasons why you wouldn't use JSON Web Tokens and why you wouldn't put them in local storage, but I don't know. I don't know. I probably should create a feathers course. Yeah. Okay. No plans to try Phoenix, though. I mean, maybe eventually. Not anytime soon. I've got so much going on. All right. Let's deploy this. So, what have we done? First of all, we updated our get icons method, so now it includes simple icons. This is going to allow people to set their icon to be a simple icons icon. Great. Also, we made this service so that way we can request what icons are available. And eventually we'll make a front-end page that uses this. But I don't think we're going to work on that right now. So right now, I'll deploy this, and then we need to work on the front-end piece. So this will let you set your team as something from simple icons, but now I need to update the Vue.js code that actually sets the icon. Because like this icon is, I think it's Elo, but that's coming from Font Awesome. And so on the front end, I need to figure out what the icon is and then use the corresponding library correctly. Right now, you can only have one icon. We've got it in the feature list to be able to do more than that. All right. Here I go deploying to production without any real tests. Just a moment. Embrace your brace yourself or embrace yourself. Yeah, I had to reset the Dung Hero counter at some point. I forgot why. Something happened. But I think it's still running now. I just broke the chat overlay. Give me a second. I can't see the latest messages. I forgot to do an npm install. There we go. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay. Dung Hero was a silly little thing that I made for Dev Ed had a contest. So Dev Ed is a YouTuber, and he had a contest. It was like, what game can you make in an hour? And then I did mine live on stream. And then he made a YouTube video about it. So if you go to Dung Hero online, this is a fully collaborative dung collector. So anybody else that goes here, you can help collect the animal dungs, and the number will just keep going up. And so this uses WebSockets, and it's like a shared state on the server. So the server has the state of where all the animals are and where all the poops are. And if one person collects a poop, then it only counts for one. So everybody on this page right now is essentially doing their best to collect all the poops. Yeah, so this is Dung Hero. Yeah. Do you think a 2013 MacBook Pro is sufficient to code on? You should see if that MacBook supports Monterey, OS X version 12. If it does, then you could try. If it doesn't, then it's probably time to upgrade, because you do want to try and be on the latest OS. I haven't integrated Stripe with Vue 3. I've integrated it with React. I don't see how it would be much different. Actually, I don't know. Do they even provide a Vue library? I guess you could use this. I don't know if this is the officially supported one. Huh. Yeah, you could do that, Bajosi. You can do an unofficial Monterey on 2013 machines. Okay. This dung collector's nice. Thank you. Thank you. It was fun. We built it on stream. I can link the video. Here we go. 1 hour game challenge. I haven't tried Remix. I looked at it and I was like, this just looks like Next. I mean, Next is fine. I don't need another Next.js in my life, so I didn't try it. Someone hacked Dung Hero? In what way? Are they just auto-clicking all the poops? Oh, are they adding more? I don't know how they would do that. I think people just stop clicking the poops. I think people just stop clicking. I don't think it's a poops overload. All right. What are we doing? We're going to the front end because now our back end can handle simple icons. So our front end, we need to install the simple icons library. Simple dash icons. That is a poo storm, and Alka has their team set to poo storm. Poo dash storm. See? I think Remix can be cool, but man, the team is marketing it too much. Yeah, I mean, it seems fun. I feel like if you're building a new project and you would have used Next.js, you could look into it and see why you might prefer using Remix, but I don't know. I try to just stick with what I know. And yeah, that's it. Okay, so we have simple icons in here now. Let's use it. So we do have this get badges. That is the wrong thing. That's Twitch badges. I forgot where we were doing this, but let's take a look. It could be just in the chat card component. Oh no, it's in the actual card component. So over here, components, Sprout Kit chat card. This thing does the checking when you set your team. I thought. Oh, never mind. It's going to be on SK user info. This isn't Nux. This is just plain old Vue. And it's a Vue app that runs inside of an Electron app. And then it also runs inside of a browser window. So this over here is an OBS browser source. And so it's using the same components, but it's actually a separate Vue app that references those same components. But SproutKit is just a thing I made that eventually is going to be somewhat reusable by other people that want to make like custom overlays and stuff. Okay, so this is the folder where we're bringing in solid icons, brand icons. Now we need to bring in simple icons. And so we do have a lib directory, lib/fa icons. Let's take a quick stretch. Oh, switching your team didn't work? Oh, okay, yeah. Make sure it's on the free list. You crashed Dung Hero? Don't do that. Stop it. Just kill your script. Stop overloading the socket server. It's not fun. Okay. So we have solid icons, which is a set of those. Brand icons, which is a set of those. Now we want a set of the simple icons. And honestly, I am just going to copy this code here. Though we are, this is transpiled code, so I can do import star as icons from simple icons, I think. And then it should give me type completion. Yeah. Well, no, so yeah, so this is an object that has properties of all of the possible icons, so this should still work. So if I do object.values, then I get each slug. And actually, I don't just want the slug, I also want the color now. So, oh yeah, and I can, this is the list of slugs for now. I'll make my own page that has previews and stuff. Oh, okay, so we're adding, I kind of want this to be a map now. So this is going to be a map that goes from the slug name to the icon. Curious if we have a type for this. Simple icon. It's literally called simple icon. So from string to simple icon. Cool. And so now we can add the slug and the icon itself. Set. Great. So now we have a set with all of the simple icon slugs, but it's going to give us back the icon because the icon has lots of cool info inside of it, like the color and everything else. So now that we have that, over here in the user info component, we can bring in the simple icons, just like that. And then we're using it down here. So this is a computed property that checks to see, is it a solid icon? Is it a brand icon? We could also create another one that is just the, let's call it a simple icon. And this is going to return a string that is a URL to the simple icon SVG. So we'll say if simple icons has this, then we're going to return some URL with the slug in it. Otherwise, we return the empty string. So if we go back to the docs for simple icons, they have a CDN. We'll just use JS deliver. And so in the component here, this is where we would put the team if it exists. But this right here, we're going to bind to simple icon. We need to give it an alt text. Yeah, those are not implemented. This is what I'm working on right now. And in just a second, you should be able to use them. So yeah, this is the string we want to return. And instead of simple icons, we should be able to include the slug. And really, we only want to show this image if there is a simple icon. That's it. That's all. Let's see if that made anything error out. Seems fine. It's working, but I need to whitelist the simple icon CDN. Yeah. Yeah, it's working, but we need to tell it that this is okay. It's okay if our, well, yeah, I want to do this because I was thinking I could whitelist JS deliver, but then you could put anything on GitHub and then pull it in. So we're gonna whitelist URLs that start with this. Actually, we're gonna go all the way to here. There were hundreds of attempts. Okay. I have a list of regular expressions that where only specific URLs are allowed. So we're going to throw this right here. And turn it into a regular expression. Now, the first time we set this up, we were a lot of people in the chat were like, you shouldn't do this with a regular expression. Or you should just have an array of strings and then turn them into regular expressions. But what could possibly go wrong? And then, so the Electron app actually needs to be restarted for the whitelist to work, because the Electron app also blocks like network requests. So if I restart the Electron app, that should do it. Living on the edge. Nice. Okay, so this is funny. So I didn't account for this, but basically React is both a simple icon and a font awesome. We need to change the color. We need to do a lot of stuff, but this is good. At least we're loading them in. The first thing I'm gonna fix is the fact that right now it has both. We'll just say that if you have a simple icon, do not show the font awesome icon. So only show this if there is no simple icon. There we go. So that's great. And the thing is, it just loads the color black by default. Invert it with CSS. Well, the thing is, I want to set it to the color because the icon itself has the color, like the info that we get back. Let's see everything that we get back. We get this hex color. We get a path. Ooh, ooh! We could just use that, and that way we can set the. We can use the SVG, and that way, we can specify the. The fill of the SVG. The fill, yes. Wonderful. So, here's what we'll do. The thing is, we actually are going to want to dynamically embed some SVG stuff here, but it's fine. I'm going to just turn this into a div. And it's going to have a class of simple icon. And then inside of it, we are going to do a very bad thing and set the inner HTML to be simple icon. And I say it's bad because if I didn't trust the SVG contents that we were getting here, this is a potential path for code injection or cross-site scripting. But I trust the library, right? I have to trust that the library has valid SVG code inside of it. So let's do this. We'll say the icon is that. And then if the icon is a thing, we can return icon.svg. And then now that we have the SVG, I kind of have to do this. So like vhtml, vbind inner HTML. This must be a new Vue 3 thing. I'll have to look into this. But let's just see if this works. Let's see if we actually get an SVG right there. We don't. It disappears. I need to look and see how do we do this. Vue 3 inner HTML. Yeah, I don't know what this autocomplete came from. vtext. Yeah, it's just v-html. I don't know where all that came from. Oh, it's Polymer. Oh. You scared me for a second, Alka. I was like, who embedded an image? It's just Alka. It's okay. DevTools, please? Okay. Show me that. It's okay. It's only Alka. Who has their icon set to be one of the SVG things? Thank you, America 2050. We'll look at yours. User info. This now has a badge that... No, that's the wrong badge. We have the name. Here we go. Team. Team has a simple icon. It has a span, which has an SVG inside of it. But there is no width and height set to it. So that makes sense. So I think that means I can actually do this on the div. So the parent element will have the SVG inside of it. And then now if I add this simple icon CSS class, I can style it. So the SVG inside of that should have a fill. Oh. I'll have to do that another way, but we'll say something like width 24 pixels, height 24 pixels. And then the SVG inside of that element should have a width of 100% and a height of 100%. Yeah, so there it is. Cool. SVG has strokes, not fills. Possibly. I mean, we might want to set the stroke color. But I'm trying to figure out how do I do that dynamically when I'm setting the HTML here. Because I can't do a nested selector on like a style prop. Or can I? Like if I set the fill property of the div, does that affect its SVG child? So if I do like fill white. Check this out. Check this out. Yeah, it works. Okay, check it out. Okay, so now we don't return the SVG. We return the whole thing. And then right here, vhtml is the SVG. And then we bind a style attribute, fill, to be simple icon dot hex. Why are you complaining? Oh. Still complaining. All right, we'll manually format this. SVG does not exist on type string. You're right. You're right, because this needs to return a simple icon. Or no. Am I still logging? Here's the issue. Is it just the hex code without the hash? Yeah, it is. I need to put the pound sign in front of it. Pound. Code. Oh, that's nice, Alka. Coding garden. All right, moment of truth. Are you ready, everyone? Here we go. So now, Svelte has the right color. React has the right color. We don't know what that is. We got Fedora. Look at that red Fedora. All right, I'm gonna increase the size a little bit. Let's go for 28 pixels. And we're gonna give it a little bit of spacing. Margin left. 0.25 rem. Yeah, that's the winner. Cool. Cool. Yeah, so I'm using the hex provided by the library, which should be the brand's actual color. That's Red Hat. Same thing, right? Red Hat is Fedora, isn't it? Oh, you got McDonald's? No, I didn't know this was possible. Now we're gonna have like oh man. I guess you always could have had brands. That's fine. I got nothing against McDonald's. It's just a very large corporation. Nice. Go. What has the team class? So the span has the team class. I'm going to reduce that a little bit. Wait, 1? No. There we go. I'm happy with that spacing. Awesome. So now you can pick anything from simple icons, and you have to specify their brand slug. So you do exclamation mark team followed by this thing on the right, and that will set your team. But if you go to this page, you can search interactively. Autohotkey. Yeah. Did you specifically look for a brand that has like a color the same as the background? Cool. Let's take a quick stretch. I did not try to necessarily. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Is that literally deal with it? Or is that just awesome? Like the awesome lists thing? Is that what that is? Awesome lists, yeah. You don't. Basically, you don't set your team as that. American 2050. Is that on here? Yeah, it is. Yeah, you just can't. Unfortunately, you can't. Ooh, is that Pokemon? That's cool. It's so tiny though. Dang. Burger King. This is hilarious. I like it. I like it. Oh wow, the slug for this view is view.js, view.js. Yeah, you can do a two-word team. You just have to find the slug. So if you go to this page, it has the slug, and anything that's 2 words, you can see what it should be. Cool, I'm happy with that. Let's see what else is on the list. I don't know if I have it in me to do anything else today. I'll fix the drop game. I'll fix the drop game before we go, because I technically broke the drop game when we updated the emotes earlier. In the future, we'll let you set multiple icons. Yeah. Cool. Rem is relative m. And m is the size of basically like one letter given the current font size. So in this instance, 0.35 rem is 0.35 the size of one character. So it's a portion of one character. But the R is relative because it's relative to the root element. So whatever the root element is set to, so if you have like the HTML element, let's say font size is set to 16 pixels, 1 rem would be 16 pixels. Yeah, base font size times rem. So this is 0.35 times the base font size. And I actually don't even know what the base font size is, but it's really useful to have relative sizing on your page. GJ. Is that what I think it is? Okay, it's not. I thought it was I thought it was something else completely. Whew. Okay. Let's fix the drop game. So, if you're new here, welcome. Glad to have you. But there is a thing we do here called the drop game, which allows you to drop first of all, your avatar from the sky. That is just going to miss slightly. But if your drop lands in the garden, you'll get your name on the screen. Yeah, symbol icons has priority over font awesome. The closer you are to the center, the larger your name will be. But the issue is right now, you cannot drop emotes. We broke that. We have to fix it. Yeah, I saw that it was Delphi. I thought it was something else, though. Oh, you're right. I actually do have that, Alka. Let me add that as a to-do, but technically we could pass this hex color into the contrasterizer to make it look better on the background. Yeah, so when you use OBS, so OBS is Open Broadcast Studio or Open Broadcaster Software. Open Broadcaster Software Studio. But this is the thing that a lot of people use to stream. And it lets you add what's called a browser source. So the drop game is literally running on this machine on port 3002. So it's just a basic front-end web page. But then when I add it as a browser source, it actually automatically removes the background color. And so that's why it's completely transparent. The thing is, even if I added a background color, like you can actually add some custom CSS. Yeah, so I just removed the CSS that makes it transparent, and now you can't see anything. But if I go back and add that CSS, it literally makes it transparent, so that way we can see through it, and you can see all of the other stuff. OpenBS Broadcaster Studio Software Systems LLC. I never thought it was Open Broadcaster Studio, Open Broadcast Software Studio. I thought it was like Open Broadcast Studio. I always skip over the S. Yeah, it's just an overlay, But what we're going to do is we are going to fix the fact that you can no longer drop emotes, because that got broken at some point today. Oh, yeah, whenever it I don't save the state of the garden, so anytime the page reloads, it gets wiped out. Though, I think I actually do have the high scores are getting stored in a database. We used to, and great drop, Acid Spark. We used to show the high scores on the screen, but it was a little too busy. Okay. Oh yeah, and of course, every time we mention the drop game, we got to mention Instafluff, because he made the original drop game. And then I just made my own version that was garden themed, but definitely go check him out. He's got a cool, and actually I'll give a plug for Pixel Plush Dev. So if you're a streamer and you want to put a drop game on your game, you can use Instafluff's parachute drop. He has it set up so you can put your Twitch channel name, and he'll give you a URL that you can put it as a OBS source. Check it out. Yeah, he's great. He's a great dude. All right, here we go. Let's fix seedling drop. I'm going to hide my screen for a second because I actually don't know what exactly seedling drop does. Let's make sure that everything is okay to show. I think I have a feeling it just has to do with a regular expression, because I think I'm using a regular expression to extract out images, and I think my regular expression is bad. Yeah, so to get the emotes that you see in the chat, I am using one API endpoint, though I don't think I'm using the Twitch API, I'm using the TMI endpoint. Let me see. Updating V1 instead of working on V2. Yeah. The thing is, V2 doesn't even have a garden yet. V2 is just icons. And thank you, Eddie. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I got to 50,000 followers yesterday. Actually, no, I don't make any requests to Twitch to get their emotes. Each individual message that I get from Twitch has the emote information embedded in it, and then I just use that ID to reference the emote image. See you later, Sobix. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, I need to run this in my web browser just to see what's going wrong here. Exclamation mark flag followed by your 2-character country code should get the flag on there. So we're now pulling in a library called Simple Icons, and they specify the brand color. So for whatever reason, the Tux Linux Penguin's brand color is yellow. Oh, look at that! The C programming language. that looks legit. That one up there. Okay, let's do some logging. So we are logging the emote matches. C? C is fine. The world as we know it would not exist without C. Okay. And then what is arg? Oh. Yeah, so whenever I added the alt text, I'll show you all what's going wrong. So my regular expression was too simple. Before, it was just matching one word inside of brackets, but now it stops. Actually, so I guess if there's spaces, it stops. So I actually need everything else. So split it on a space, remove the first one. Yeah, and welcome in, Adamicus. Glad to have you here. First time on Twitch. There's the GIF running. I think that's a better Twitch TV emote. Yeah, Naruto left and Naruto right. Those are funny. Okay. I think so. I don't think it's a regular expression issue. It is only matching the first thing instead of everything after. args.0.trim. We need to do args.join on a space. .trim. I think that should do it. Yeah, there we go. Cool, we fixed it. Is there any point to that ternary operator? Nope. Nope. I think I have a tendency to like write a ternary as I'm thinking, and then afterwards realize that, oh, that doesn't need to actually be a ternary. So yeah. Let's answer this question from Thiago, and then I'm gonna go because I'm tired. I got things to do tonight. But this has been a fun stream. We did a ton of work. We actually, did we? Let's remind ourselves of the work that we did, because I forgot. Cool. We can hover over emotes now and get their name. I think in the future I want a better tooltip, because right now, let's find an emote like this. So if you hover over it, it takes a second and then it pops up, and this right here is just the title attribute of an element. I want it to be kind of like instant, and we could do like find a tooltip library, or just make our own tooltip that like pops up instantly to show us where that emote comes from. So we did that. Someone figured out how to break my overlay. Actually, I'm gonna enable this for a second, just because it was pretty fun. Does anyone remember who was the first person to try using a dialogue today? Yeah, we had to add dialogue to the block list, because if you set your status as a dialogue, it overhangs. V tooltip? I'll have to look into that. What if I do like a dialogue? Hello world. It was Andy. So because I wasn't blocking the dialogue tag, you can see how he basically broke out of his little chat window there. Is this your tooltip library, Alka? Oh, yeah. I'll have to give it a try. Is there a way to like npm install it or something, or Are you just saying I could use this code? Everybody's got dialogues now. Let me put this in my... right there. But we're using DOM Purify, which is a sanitizer, and now I just block dialogue, so that way it can't exist in messages anymore. Cool. That's amazing, Crypod. You actually just did... What did you just do? You did footer, kappa, footer. Why didn't it show the code? Or, like, show the image? What happened here? Oh, is something might be wrong with my API right now. I'm not seeing the latest messages. Maybe I am. Last minute edge cases to distract. But Irving, who says, "I love your Vanilla.js video, top notch." Thank you. Thanks for the compliment. It has something to do with how it's getting parsed into a footer. It is harmless. It's not doing anything horrible. And honestly, I should block footer tags and everything else. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Oh yeah, that's the other thing is Stas taught us about the Ruby tag. You probably didn't know this thing existed. This is a literal HTML tag. The Ruby annotation element. It represents small annotations that are rendered above, below, or next to base text. I think you're right, Alco. We need to switch to an allow list. Let me just add it to my list of to-dos. But yeah, I never knew this Ruby thing existed, and it shows up pretty interesting in my overlay. But see, that's the thing though. By doing a block list, people can explore and like find new HTML elements. I am using this keyboard. Okay, and also if you check out my gear page, I have a few other keyboards that I use. You can take a look at. Oh yeah. There's Stas with the Ruby tag. It's like an annotation. Okay. Yeah, we did that. Oh, we got 7 TV emotes working, which is pretty nice. Right now, I think the only one is mod check. I don't have 7 TV enabled here. I need to do that. Or actually, I think if I just refresh the page, I should have it. Mod check. So that's a 7 TV emote. And now we're loading those. I need to go in and add a bunch of emotes to 7 TV. Why do some messages have no background? You mean like this one? Let's take a quick stretch. Oh, nice. Thanks, Alka. And apparently we've been coding for at least an hour because my backend caches the emote lookup for 1 hour. I thought it was a whole day. I guess maybe I've restarted my backend since then. But yeah, now we have these 7 TV emotes. Nice. Oh, try this, Mr. Gain Fame. Frame. Put that guy in a marquee. That I think makes the most sense. Actually, I don't know if you can use a marquee. Try using a marquee tag. I might not trust you, only because it's like one of your first messages in the chat. And I mean, my overlay won't trust you unless you've been here for like 30 minutes or so. I want to try it though. What is this emote? Wah. Oh, he's going backwards. We got to give it a direction. Yeah, so until you've been around for a little bit, my overlay won't let you write HTML. Direction right. Does that work? Yeah, look at him go. Okay, so yeah, we got 7TV working. We just fixed the drop game. And we got lots of new tech badges. So we made some progress for today. I don't know. I need to get some better sleep. I honestly might delay the stream that I have planned for tomorrow just to later in the day so I can get some more sleep. But you can now choose a team from here and set that as an icon next to your messages. So we now have support for Svelte and the C programming language and stuff like that. You all are great. This is a bunch of fun. Okay. I'm surprised this emote is so big. Cool. Cool. We got a bunch of other stuff we want to work on. I think pretty much I might dedicate Wednesdays to be the day where we make updates.
Cheer
and stuff
1000
like that.
good night nerd face.
Thank you very much, Jack in the Bush. Much appreciated. Thanks for the supports. But yeah, next Wednesday we'll do some more work. There's various things people want. I think one of the main things people want is they want to be able to see what they have all their stuff set to. Because my overlay lets you set pronouns, your country, your team, your status, and people want to be able to see that without having to send a message. So I might create like just a public web page where you can see what all your stuff is set to.
Cheer 1000 welcome.
Thank you, Move5e. Thank you for the sub. And thanks again, Jack in the Bush, for all those bits. Too kind. All right. Is there anything else I said I was going to do? Yeah, and that's the other thing. If you try to... Actually, I think you've found a bit of a bug, Mr. Gainframe. And Kunit Nation, thank you very much for the Prime. You should technically be able to use emojis. But I think what happens is... this gets turned into a Tweemoji, and then because you're newer to the channel, it doesn't trust you yet, so it uses the default replacement image. Let's look into that. We'll add it to the list of bugs to fix.
Cheer 1000 my pleasure. Love you man, keep doing what you do. You are awesome, clapping hands.
I appreciate you, Jack in the Bush. Also, that TTS voice is really funny. You are awesome, clapping hands. Okay, that's in the list of things to fix. Let's close VS Code so I'm not tempted to fix anything else. Just a second. What a stream. This has been fun. Y'all are great. Yeah, so that's the repo. If you want to see all the code that we're writing today, I'm going to push up the latest there. And then also, the backend is at this repo here. I think we have a sprout kit command. Yes. Okay. All right, I'm going to go. Stay awesome. Here's lots of things. So first of all, here's some raid messages. If you're a sub, you can use this message. If you're not a sub, you can use this message. Yeah, Mr. Game. Thanks for joining. Are you the 7TV dev? I don't know why I keep making faces. They're a supporter. Okay, yeah. Okay, no worries. I just thought, because I saw you had like the fancy message text, because the creator of 7TV was in the chat like a week or so ago. Okay. Yeah, that's the raid stuff. If you would be so kind, join my mailing list. I send a go live notification there. So there's two lists. You can join the live notification list, and then there's also just a news and updates list. And essentially, this is how I stay in touch with you if it's not on Discord or YouTube or Twitch. So join that list. That would be a great help. And then also, if you want to tune in to the next stream, take a look at the schedule. The plan is to go live tomorrow at the same time I went live today. But like I said, I'm tired, so I might push it back an hour or two. I'll push it back in the morning so you'll know. But yeah, Ched says, I get go live alerts from 3 services right now, Bob. 3. So yeah, I appreciate you all. Thanks for all the supports again today. I don't think I missed any, but if I did, I appreciate you. You should see your name in the credits if you followed, if you gifted, if you subbed. Thank you. Stick around for the raid. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.